Alright, Space Fams, the Galactic Stream is back up, as you can see, so we're just gonna get straight back into it. Back to talking about the Middle East. So, let's get to it.
Let's take a look at how the conflict in Iran is developing. Right, enough about Iran. What about the Epstein files? Yeah, because look, right, Hillary Clinton, she testified, then Bill Clinton, he testified.
Whoa.
That Donald Trump, he bombed Iran. Oh, I see, I'm getting it now. The winner of the FIFA Peace Prize and owner of someone else's Peace Prize, that's 2 Peace Prizes, the guy who came to office promising no more foreign wars, who has stopped countless wars. I mean, you can't actually count them because he hasn't actually done that. Mr. Peace himself, his hands have been forced by an imminent threat that's been going on for decades, including all through his first term. He's been forced to bomb the shit out of Iran, including a girls' school which contained at least 30 of the Ayatollah's wives. And what does Keir Starmer go and do? He doesn't do exactly what Trump tells him to do. What a fucking pussy. Kemi Badenoch is quite right. Taking time to consider the legality, understand the strategy, and predict the consequences is just plain dithering. Look, I know I voted for the useless block of unseasoned tofu, and I think generally Starmer has been a waste of fucking skin from start to finish. But all these twats jumping on him, how dare he upset Donald? Don't upset Donald, bow down to Donald. Suck his dick, Keir. Suck his little orange dick. Fondle his balls, Keir. Go on, fondle his balls. Good afternoon.
Every single person on this planet is gay.
Look, Keir Starmer is so shit at so many aspects of his job, but he is not responsible for ruining the special relationship, right? It's Donald Trump that insults British troops, that is a more unreliable partner than Philip was to Holly, that signs deals and then throws them out the window on a whim. It's Trump's administration that undermines democratically elected governments, that wants to install far-right parties in the UK and across Europe, who praises despots and insults allies. But now it seems all of a sudden he does need Europe's help. It appears he needs Ukraine's help. Imagine that.
Yes, that's true. In fact, Donald Trump asked Ukraine for help fielding all the missiles heading over from Iran. Fascinating thing to ask a country like Ukraine in this moment, since they're sort of tied up with other things going on. But leave it to Donald. Alright, let's keep going through these. Next, the Majority Report.
Calling from a 417 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hi, this is...
By the way, everybody, we never completed the galactic content goal, and now we're way over that timer. So consider us in the final countdown, if you will. Which is weird since we just restarted the stream. We were already going for like over 4 hours before we had to restart, unfortunately.
Badline calling in.
Hey, Gene.
How's it going, Emma? I hope you're doing well.
I'm doing all right. How about you?
Well, very stressful time for all of us who have friends and family in the region. I mean, my family is obviously very stressed because my wife's family is getting bombed by the Americans, and obviously my friends and family are getting bombed by Iran at the moment. And I spoke to Matt this morning and asked if I could call in just to kind of clear the record with what is happening with this so-called Kurdish invasion of Iran at the moment and the big disinformation campaign that's taking place and, the kind of dangerous effects that it, has on Kurdish people in the region and, the attitude of many people in the West, a lot of anti-Kurdish sort of sentiment is picking up both in the region and amongst leftists here. I'm not criticizing anyone saying that particularly, like they're wrong, but for example, I heard Hassan, somebody sent me a link that, associating the Kurdish movement with Israel, which obviously is a kind of a very dangerous discourse within the region. And, what really is happening here is, people aren't understanding the political dynamics that are taking place. For example, when you say the Kurds, who do you mean? The Iraqi Kurds or the Iranian Kurds?
Wow. Well, a bunch of donations coming in, Frizla, over on YouTube with a super chat for a better internet connection. Thank you, Frizla. And Omegastar gifting 5 subs to the community on Twitch. Undying Machine. James from the Internet. Hippie Man, 14. Vital Woozy. And Critical Kills. All getting one of those sweet, sweet gifted subs from Omega. Thank you, Omega. Incredibly generous. We're having the same problems we were having earlier on the vertical again. That's not good. Hate that. Seeing some lag over there. I think that does it, though. I think I'll call that. I'll call that. It's close enough. Close enough, although we made 0 progress on the galactic deficit today, but we did complete the goal, so. Thank you, everybody, for contributing to the galactic content goal tonight. It's complete. And that's what this confetti party is intended to alert you to that. Fact. Confetti. Look at it. Look at all the confetti. Oh, wait, you can't see it on the vertical. There we go. Confetti. Confetti for everyone. It's beautiful. Oh, it's glorious. Take it all in. Even though it's kind of laggy on the vertical stream. I don't know what the problem is with the vertical. I seriously have no idea. Nothing changed. I didn't change anything about it. And it just stopped working. Jesus Christ. Alright. Confetti party over. Oh, I'm very upset. I'm very upset that we're still having lag problems on there. I wonder if that means we're also going to have more problems on the other streams too. Oh, it's going to upset me very much.
Hope you're doing well.
I'm doing all right. How about you?
Well, very stressful time for all of us who have friends and family in the region. I mean, my family is obviously very stressed because my wife's family is getting bombed by the Americans, and obviously my friends and family are getting bombed by Iran at the moment. And I spoke to Matt this morning and asked if I could call in just to kind of clear the record with what is happening with this so-called Kurdish invasion of Iran at the moment and the big disinformation campaign that's taking place and, the kind of dangerous effects that it, has on Kurdish people in the region and, the attitude of many people in the West, a lot of anti-Kurdish sort of sentiment is picking up both in the region and amongst leftists here. I'm not criticizing anyone saying that particularly, like they're wrong, but for example, I heard Hassan, somebody sent me a link that, associating the Kurdish movement with Israel, which obviously is a kind of a very dangerous discourse within the region. And, what really is happening here is, people aren't understanding the political dynamics that are taking place. For example, when you say the Kurds, who do you mean? The Iraqi Kurds or the Iranian Kurds? Which forces are invading? Well, not because this is all fabricated, but which forces are crossing the border, for example.
Yeah, it's not just Iraq or Iran, of course. Kurds are in Syria as well, and present in other countries in this region.
Last night, Fox News had a headline that thousands of Iraqi Kurds are crossing into Iran, which is totally fabricated. There's rumors that the CIA is arming Iranian Kurdish militias, and there's just an enormous amount of disinformation taking place. There is no Kurdish cross-border operation. We can start with the Iraqi Kurds. The Iraqi Kurds are often portrayed as being just tools of the Americans and Israelis, and of course they have relations with them. But the Iraqi Kurds, control an autonomous region, which is not a sovereign state, but has like its own parliament, its own armed forces. Has lots of internal problems. There's corruption, etc., etc. But the Iraqi Kurdish political leadership has a lot to lose, and while they have relations with the United States, they also have close relations with Turkey. There are Turkish military bases inside Iraqi Kurdistan. They also have close relations with the Iranians, the Iraqi Kurdish leadership, both the Kurdistan Democratic Party and the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan, both of which are like the biggest Iraqi Kurdish parties.
Yeah, and from my understanding, there's oh shit. Motherfucker. Okay, I'm back. I knocked over my drink. And it almost went all over my hard drives. That would have been hugely problematic. If you can't tell, I'm sort of distracted because I'm trying to make sure that it didn't. Okay, back to the show.
Of many people in the West, a lot of anti-Kurdish sort of sentiment is picking up both in the region and amongst leftists here. I'm not criticizing anyone saying they're particularly, like they're wrong, but for example, I heard Hassan, somebody sent me a link that, associating the Kurdish movement with Israel, which obviously is a kind of a very dangerous discourse within the region. And, what really is happening here is, people aren't understanding the political dynamics that are taking place. For example, when you say the Kurds, who do you mean? The Iraqi Kurds or the Iranian Kurds? Which forces are invading? Well, not because this is all fabricated, but which forces are crossing the border? For example, last night Fox News had a headline that thousands of Iraqi Kurds are crossing into Iran, which is totally fabricated. There's rumors that the CIA is arming Iranian Kurdish militias, and there's just an enormous amount of disinformation taking place. There is no Kurdish cross-border operation. We can start with the Iraqi Kurds. The Iraqi Kurds are often portrayed as being just tools of the Americans and Israelis, and of course they have relations with them. But the Iraqi Kurds, control an autonomous region, which is not a sovereign state, but has like its own parliament, its own armed forces. Has lots of internal problems. There's corruption, etc., etc. But the Iraqi Kurdish political leadership has a lot to lose, and while they have relations with the United States, they also have close relations with Turkey. There are Turkish military bases inside Iraqi Kurdistan. They also have close relations with the Iranians.
Yeah, but also let's not forget, I feel like to some degree he's talking about the Kurds as like a monolith. And I'm not trying to discount this man's experience. I mean, he's Kurdish, it would seem. At least that's the way he's talking. But I mean, the Kurds have, of course, been funded by the United States, not just in Iraq, but also in Syria. But they also differ from one country to the other, while some of the Kurds, like he just mentioned, might have, ties to Turkey. Other Kurds are literally fighting wars against Turkey, right? Like the Kurds in Syria have had beef with, and vice versa, with Turkey for quite some time. So it's not, it's not like, but I guess the way what I'm saying is that I feel like he's sort of portraying it as if all Kurds are on Team Turkey. That is not true. Also, Turkey is a NATO member, so I mean, is there a lot of distinction between Turkey and the United States? Maybe, I mean, in some places, but still military allies.
Both the Kurdistan Democratic Party and the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan, both of which are like the biggest Iraqi Kurdish parties. They were in Iran during the Iran-Iraq War. They had support from the Iranian government, and although the relations are not perfect, they have open relationships with them. During the ISIS war, the Iranians provided weapons to the Iraqi Kurds to repel ISIS. So there is not the Iraqi Kurds play a balancing act, and exactly at the time as these rumors and these stories were being leaked in CNN, in other American media things, if you followed the Kurdish news, the Iraqi Kurdish political parties were frantically, calling the Iranians, who were already bombarding American bases there, and also Iranian Kurdish bases there heavily, and talking about, beefing up border security. Statements from all these parties have said we're not going to let the region be used as a base to attack Iran, and there's a kind of desire to remain neutral in this conflict. More reporting is coming out is that the Trump administration is putting very heavy pressure on them. This has been reported in the Washington.
Part of the problem with all this, as it relates to the Kurds, is that they aren't completely autonomous, as the caller mentioned, right? Like the Kurds are a stateless people that exist between borders, right? Like you mentioned, Iraq, Iran, Syria. I think there's some in Armenia and Azerbaijan and other places, but most prominently in those first three. And like, they've wanted a fucking state for a super long time. They don't have one, and while they may have some amount of autonomy, they're still internally, they're inside of sovereign nation states. I made this point earlier, but it's something that we can't forget is that, like, while they may have some of their own government, they're not operating completely autonomously within the regions, right? Like, there's still higher powers, if you will, within the countries that these sort of semi-autonomous regions are, right? And I'm not saying that they don't have any autonomy. I'm just saying that it's a complicated political situation in which they are. I mean, when it comes to places like Iran and Iraq and Syria, they have been like trying to turn the portions of the countries that we were mentioning here that they happen to occupy into their own state, which, I mean, to some degree, I can understand wanting to do, right? But it also means that they have like a lot of different sort of loyalties, not just to people, but to like an idea, and that being the state. And so like they're constantly, I feel like, operating within that framework and trying to not, what's the word? Not, I can endanger that objective, right? Like the objective of having one day a Kurdish state, which, once again, like, I mean, it's a fine objective. I can understand it as long as it's not like done through bloodshed. I can totally appreciate that plan. But like, as a result of that, like, they have to try and like mitigate like all of these, like, like find a way to operate as a stateless people and find whatever avenue they can to make that possible and to avoid burning bridges on the way there that might help them get to that objective, among other things, right? And it's just, they're a diaspora, right? They're not a monolith, and then they, like I said, like they have different factions, have different allegiances and goals.
And some of my contacts in Iraqi Kurdistan have said that threats are getting heavier and heavier upon them. There are threats to seize the assets, apparently, of Kurdish leaders from Iraq in the United States. They're basically telling them, you're with us or against us. But of course, that would mean expanding the war into Iraqi Kurdistan. And not only would they face an attack from Iran, but also the pro-Iranian militias in the south of the country, so they'd end up fighting a two-front war. And as you may imagine, due to recent events in Syria, the Trump administration is not very well trusted by any Kurdish faction at the moment. There's the meme about, the Americans always betray the Kurds. There's obviously truth to that, but also Kurdish groups have managed to leverage support from the Americans to, strengthen their position. But the Trump administration in particular has, as you may remember, during the first term, allowed Turkey to invade parts of Kurdish-controlled Syria, and then during the 2017 Kurdish independence referendum in Iraq, they allowed the central government to seize sort of disputed territories. Not an existential crisis for the Iraqi Kurds, but, nevertheless, don't rely on the Americans. So the Iraqi Kurds have no desire to do this. Then if we turn to the Iranian Kurds, the Iranian Kurdish opposition forces, which have been based in Iraqi Kurdistan since the 80s, and are basically, there's a kind of unwritten deal between the Iraqi Kurdish government and the Iranian government, which is, we won't attack these Iranian Kurdish opposition groups, provided you keep them away from the border and don't let them cross the border. So the Iranian Kurdish groups, again, there was talk of the CIA arming them and talking to them, but there's no evidence they've crossed the border. I've been
right. Honestly, I haven't heard that much, and maybe I haven't been paying enough. I feel like I've been paying quite a lot of attention. I haven't heard that much claims coming out that they've actually crossed the border, merely that the CIA was, in fact, looking to enlist the Iraqi Kurds in doing some sort of revolution or regime change, right? Which I think is a complete, like I don't think we can dismiss that, right? Like, I don't think we can just say, oh, like that didn't happen. And I'm not sure that that's even what he's trying to say. But I think he's just trying to say that there isn't some immediate, imminent invasion. Maybe Fox News is to say. I know he mentioned Fox News. I haven't been keeping up with what the fuck Fox News has been saying about all this. I can only imagine. Creatures of Earth, the orb has landed. Orb Rumor, thank you for the super chat. I'm gonna move to the next video though. All right. NBC News.
More waves of U.S. and Israeli military strikes against Iran tonight, including 50 Israeli fighter jets targeting a secret bunker under the late Ayatollah Khamenei's compound. The Israeli military says it was being used by Iranian officials. And U.S. forces destroying a large Iranian drone-carrying ship. The Pentagon says Iranian drone attacks have plummeted. President Trump posted, "There will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender." As we have new reporting, the president has privately expressed interest in the idea of a small contingent of U.S. troops that would be used for specific strategic purposes inside Iran, according to 2 U.S. officials, a former U.S. official, and another person with knowledge of the conversations. In a phone call with NBC's Garrett Hake, President Trump said he's not considering a U.S. ground invasion of Iran at this time, dismissing it as a waste of time, saying they've lost everything. They've lost their Navy. They've lost everything they can lose. And the White House seems to be rubbing it in, posting memes overnight on X.
You want to see me do it again?
Mixing combat footage with action movie clips. Several former senior U.S. military officials expressing outrage to NBC News, calling the posts undignified and disrespectful to everyone involved in the war. All as Iran is still unleashing attacks. In Bahrain, the government says Iran struck a hotel and 2 residential buildings. No injuries. And the president of Azerbaijan is now threatening to respond to what he called an Iranian terror attack Thursday. Drone strikes on an airport and near a school. While in Israel, high school volunteers this morning were cleaning up debris after this building was hit.
I think it's scary, but it's meaningful that we're here, that we're helping here and not sitting in our house without doing anything.
Though Iran still has a major ally, Vladimir Putin. Russia is providing intelligence to Iran on the location of U.S. forces in the Middle East, which could help locate American targets to hit, according to 4 sources with knowledge of the matter. Tom pressing Iran's foreign minister about Russia on Thursday.
And they are actively helping you in this war?
Well, they have always helped us.
all as Americans stuck in the Middle East are returning home. The State Department sending in charter planes as several airports are resuming commercial flights.
I booked like 3 flights trying to get out of Dubai. This one stuck, and so I'm finally home.
Richard joins us now live. Richard, let's go back to that new reporting from NBC News about the possibility of a potential small ground unit inside of Iran of U.S. troops. The White House is responding tonight?
They are, and our reporting is that no final decision has been made. In a statement, the White House said that the story is based on assumptions from anonymous sources who are not part of the president's national security team and not read into these discussions. Tom.
Richard Engel for us. Richard, thank you. There's a new front in the war tonight, Lebanon, with Israel targeting Iranian-backed Hezbollah.
Yes, indeed, Donald Trump considering sending more troops to the U.S. troops to the Middle East. Not great. By the way, thank you, Orb, for the...
To the war in Iran, tonight NBC News is reporting President Trump is seriously considering sending a small group of ground troops into the country for what he calls strategic purposes. The president is also insisting that American strikes will only end if Iran surrenders unconditionally. Iran and Israel traded blows again today, each firing missiles at the other. Meantime, U.S. government sources say Russia is giving Iran information about the location of U.S. forces across the Middle East. President Trump downplayed the threat during a college sports roundtable at the White House just hours ago.
That's an easy problem compared to what we're doing here. I mean, what a stupid question that is to be asking.
Tonight, the State Department announced it approved a $150 million arms sale to Israel. President Trump says tomorrow he will attend the dignified transfer for the 6 U.S. service members killed in Kuwait.
All right, guys, we have a bunch of major breaking news about the war here to share with you on this Saturday, and it is not pretty. Day by day, this thing spirals more and more out of control, and it looks...
What in the hell just happened? Weird. And we're frozen. We're having some real technical issues here tonight, people. Tech issues are real. Everything is broken and fucky. It is. Everything is broken and fucky right now. I don't know why.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Although I think I may have realized what
pray for
one-
us.
it may-
So
I
again, it
may
looks
have
like they're mobilizing
ran
right
into
now
what one of
and
the
lying
problems
to.
was. I could be wrong, but I think I might have been streaming at too low of a bit rate for vertical stream. It has different requirements than the horizontal stream. So I'm gonna try and jack that up. See if that helps. So that could be part of this problem. Thankfully, my upload my upload rate should be able to handle it. God, please let that be the fucking problem. Please let that be the problem. I would love for that to be the case. Are both streams still active? Yeah, all of the streams are active right now.
All right, guys, we have a bunch of major breaking news about the war here to share with you on this Saturday, and it is not pretty. Day by day, this thing spirals more and more out of control, and it looks absolutely terrifying. Of course, we're referring to it as the Jeffrey Epstein War, and Israel and the U.S. together are the axis of Epstein. Let me break this down for you. So let's start with this right here. Breaking via NBC News, Trump has privately shown serious interest in U.S. ground troops in Iran. Serious interest. So as we reported yesterday, there was this military exercise, these war games that a particular brigade was supposed to do, and that was called off. And people are now looking at that as proof that, oh my God, they're about to deploy imminently to Iran now, okay? Now, by the way, let me point out, the airstrikes alone were illegal and unconstitutional under U.S. law and the U.S. Constitution. And this, deploying ground troops, would be immensely illegal and unconstitutional in a world that made sense. In a stable, secure, intelligent world that made sense, Trump would be instantly impeached over sending boots on the ground. Okay, this is completely and utterly unacceptable. He's rendered Congress useless, null and void, basically non-existent. Okay, this is insanity. So we have that. We also have this. Mike Preisner says the following. I just spoke with the mother of a service member in this unit. They were given one last call home before having to turn in their phones. He told his mom they were going boots on the ground tonight. Tonight. So here's what he posted. In reality, some of us won't make it home to our family. America, pray for us. So again, it looks like they're mobilizing right now and lying to us about it. They're lying to us. By the way, we also have reason to believe they're lying about the number of U.S. casualties. They're lying about many different aspects of this. Basically, almost no information is coming out of Israel and Tel Aviv in terms of the damage that Iran is doing there, okay? And then Trump goes out there day after day and says, the war's going great, the war's going amazing, we give ourselves a 15 out of 10, it's the greatest thing we've ever done. Meanwhile, the bits and pieces we are learning are devastating. All right, let me show you this. Just in, USS George H.W. Bush is deploying to the Eastern Mediterranean. This will be the third carrier strike group in the region. So now they're sending another massive U.S. warship to the region. You don't do that unless you think things are going pretty fucking poorly. Again, we'll get to some more of the details in a little bit, but our radar systems are absolutely cooked. They're barbecue chicken. The Iran...
Yeah, the fact that we're adding more fucking troops. I mean, because let's be real, like we're adding more troops. These ships are not empty. They're filled with human beings from America. The fact that we're sending more troops to the Middle East right now, when we already had the biggest buildup of military assets in the Middle East since 2003, I just don't understand why we would need that unless we're about to get into a full-on,
Took out our radar systems. That's a huge fucking deal. We're flying blind, as they call it right now. Never mind. The airports that have been hit. Never mind the U.S. military bases that are now burnt to a crisp. They weren't.
By the way, sorry to everybody on Vertical. The video is still catching up. I'm trying to edit preferences as we go right now to get it smooth. It's actually improving, but if you're sick of watching zero frame stream, you should go watch one of our other streams. We have the horizontal stream is currently live on YouTube. We have 2 streams live on YouTube. One of them's perfectly functional, unlike the one on Shorts. Or on Twitch, I guess, if you want to switch platforms randomly. Both of those
they weren't prepared for this. I think Trump is dumb enough to think it would have been like a Venezuela in-out operation, and here we are. Now we're boots on the ground? Illegally boots on the ground? Absolute insanity. All right, how about this one? Trump and Rubio just went around Congress to give Israel 12,000 1,000-pound bombs. Ladies and gentlemen, let me say this as clearly as I can. That is not to go after the bad guys. You don't drop 1,000-pound bombs to go after the bad guys. That's about massacring civilians and destroying civilian infrastructure. That's what that is. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. These sorts of bombs were specifically not used when the U.S. did war in Iraq because they said, we're just going to get too many civilians. We can't actually use them.
Saying in Tennessee,
and then here we are now, illegally sending 12,000 of these 1,000-pound bombs to Israel because the goal is the utter destruction of Iran. That's the goal. They want to make it a failed state. So Israel can become a regional superpower and have zero pushback against it, and then eventually become a global superpower. But here we go again, endless money, endless weapons to Israel. Meanwhile, people in this country, they can't afford their fucking health care. They're losing their Medicaid. They can't pay their healthcare premium. Inflation's going up. Unemployment's going up. The economy is cooked. People are struggling. People are begging for help. And what's the government doing? Sending 12,000 1,000-pound bombs to Israel illegally for them to do another genocide. They already did the Gaza model in Gaza. Now they're doing the Gaza model in Iran. All right, more. We also have this. So we've heard, what, 6, 7, 8 different, reasons as to why they did this war. Now we got a new one that they just trotted out. Listen to this.
This is a long-term gain because what we want to do is get such massive oil reserves in Iran out of the hands of terrorists. And so what we're going to experience here in the short term is highly outweighed of the long-term benefit because ultimately we're not going to have to worry about these issues in the Strait of Hormuz because we're going to get all of the oil out of the hands of terrorists.
They're breaking out the golden oldies here, y'all. They're saying it's to steal the oil. That's the point, is to steal the oil, just like the Iraq War was to steal the oil, just like we bombed Syria to steal the oil. They're trying to steal the oil. So the end goal is basically loot and pillage Iran, steal.
So, this is going to really devolve into a lot of different factions all killing each other. Abso-freaking-lutely. That's the thing. And Donald Trump is incredibly inconsistent about what he wants and what he says about all of this. He's already called for Persians, for Iranians to do a revolution. He's called for Kurds. He literally publicly called for the Kurds. I mean, you don't really need the CIA to call for it when Donald Trump is publicly calling for the Kurds to do a revolution in Iran, although he backed off of that statement like a day later. But, I mean, there's already enough going on here that you don't need more. And yet we're seemingly just adding as much as humanly possible to all of this. It's pretty disturbing.
Natural resources for the Epstein class, and then also turn it into a failed state so that Israel can create a greater Israel in the region. That's what we're looking at. We also have the Epstein blackmail being held over Trump's head. You're going to do that regime change or the video comes out of you having sex with an underage girl. Okay, that's also going on. Plus, the religious psychopaths.
By the way, I don't know how familiar everybody is with the history of the Middle East, but there's been a lot of internal fighting between the different countries and factions and sects and cultural groups over the years in history, right? And there's been a tentative, like, even though we've seen a lot of conflict, like between some, like we've seen less conflict than, rather than more, I guess you might say, up until recently. But this, honestly, it feels like we're just heading towards just a massive regional conflict where everybody has been pulled into it. And honestly, I think, at least from what I can tell, I think Israel is actually. I already made this claim kind of earlier, and I still don't have any definite evidence on this yet. But the more and more I'm seeing, the more I think that Israel is trying to foment the possibility of some sectarian clashes in the Middle East. That completely like that we're just minding their own fucking business. Like Azerbaijan and Armenia, I think it's entirely possible. Because there's actually a couple others that were...
The Mike Huckabee types, the Pete Hegseth types, who think this is going to usher in, the rapture and Armageddon and Jesus coming back on a winged horse. We're dealing with absolute...
Oh, shit. I think... Well, not really. It's not really caught up. But it looks like it's catching up. The vertical stream is slowly catching up. It's not there yet, but it was paused on the same frame for a second there, which could be a good sign. Might be I may have figured
people
something
here.
out here.
Christian Taliban, Jewish Taliban. That's what we're looking at. All right, let me give you some more. Trump spoke to CNN's Dana Bash on the phone and told her that liberating the Iranian people is not a goal of the war. So again, we're done with the fake cover stories, the freedom and liberty and democracy, and that's why we're doing this. We're spreading the proper values around the world. Now we get this instead.
Delcy Rodriguez, and he said she's doing a very good job. I said, well, would you be okay with a religious leader in Iran? And he said the answer is yes. It doesn't necessarily have to be a democratic leader in Iran. It just has to be somebody who treats the U.S. and Israel fairly.
So let me decode that for you. Again, let the Epstein class loot and pillage and steal all your natural resources. And then outside of that, we want you to be a failed state. And then we're good. To all the people in the Iranian diaspora who were celebrating and dancing in the streets when the Grand Ayatollah was taken out, how do you feel now? How do you feel now that the fucking goal is to carpet bomb innocent people, carpet bomb your family members, and destroy Iran completely? How could you trust these absolute fucking depraved snakes to do anything for the people? We also have this. Trump posted this. This is terrifying, okay? He says, Iran, which is being beat to hell, has apologized and surrendered to its Middle East neighbors and promised that it will not shoot at them anymore. This promise was only made because of the relentless U.S. and Israeli attack. They were looking to take over and rule the Middle East. By the way, that is total projection because that's what Israel is doing. More. It is the first time that Iran has ever lost in thousands of years to surrounding Middle Eastern countries. They have said, thank you, President Trump. Trump is saying that he thanked them for bombing them and starting war and taking out their leader. Oh my God, this is the most preposterous, absurd lie I've ever heard. I have said, you're welcome. Iran is no longer the bully of the Middle East. They are instead the loser of the Middle East and will be for many decades until they surrender or more likely completely collapse. Oh, so again, he's saying we want a failed state. Today, Iran will be hit very hard under serious consideration for complete destruction and certain death. Because of Iran's bad behavior, are areas and groups of people that were not considered for targeting up until this moment. Do you understand what he's saying? You guys are now targeted for complete destruction and certain death. That alone is it sounds like a comic book villain talking. It sounds like, the reincarnation of Adolf Hitler talking, because that's what Trump and Netanyahu are, by the way. But then he says, there's now areas and groups of people that were not considered for targeting up until this moment that they're going to target. To me, that sounds like a nuclear threat. He just did a nuclear threat the other day on Lie Social. Now it sounds like he's doing another nuclear threat right here. And on that exact point, let me show you this. Israel has called on residents to evacuate the area near Iran's Fordo nuclear facility. That's the nuclear facility that's under the ground that they hit last time, okay? The New York Times reports. The warning applies to civilians living near the city of Qom, located about 16 kilometers from Fordo. So as this person points out, wait, are they about to nuke Fordo? Why would people 16 kilometers away need to evacuate if the strikes are so precise? Israel does not have a conventional weapon that can dig that deep. Only the U.S. can deliver something like the GBU-57, which clearly failed last time. If it is the U.S., why would the U.S. not be the one issuing the warning? How would people in Iran even get that message with the internet down? Why is the New York Times the messenger? Ladies and gentlemen, these are unprecedented times, and these are terrifying times. We're now looking at a situation where there's been at least 3 different signals that they may indeed nuke Iran. I absolutely do not put that by the axis of Epstein. the axis of Epstein is completely and utterly depraved. We also have this from Trump. Trump had a meeting with defense
Yay. We just concluded a very good meeting with the largest U.S. defense manufacturing companies where we discussed production and production schedules. They have agreed to quadruple production of the quote-unquote exquisite class weaponry in that what we want to reach as rapidly as possible. The highest levels of quantity. What in the fuck does that mean? The very highest levels of quantity. Expansion began 3 months prior to the meeting, and plans of production of many of these weapons are already underway. We have a virtually unlimited supply of capital M medium and capital U upper medium grade munitions, which we are using as an example in Iran and recently used in Venezuela.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
You can't tell me this man doesn't have dementia. He sounds fucking insane. Oh shit, I just saw Laika take a full bite of her donut. Of her doggy donut over on the vertical stream. I think it's almost caught up. I think what I really needed to do this whole time was to increase the bit rate over there on that one. But yeah, and yet it's been fine. Why does that happen? It doesn't even make sense, right? Like, think about that. We went like weeks with no problems, and then Friday, all of a sudden, the bit rate's the problem. Huh? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's been perfectly fine. Prince Wiose said hi. Hi. All right. Let's go here. Talk about Lebanon a little bit. Of course, Israel has restarted the war with Hezbollah.
The death toll in Iran has reached at least 1,300 as the U.S. and Israeli war enters a seventh day. Massive explosions shook the capital, Tehran, overnight as the city's 10 million residents endured the most intense night of bombing. Iran continues to retaliate by launching attacks on Israel and Gulf nations allied with the United States. On Thursday, President Trump told Axios he needs to be personally involved in selecting Iran's next leader, just as he was in Venezuela. Meanwhile, Israel's escalating attacks on Lebanon after ordering the entire population of southern Lebanon to flee or face death. In a video shared on Thursday, Israel's far-right finance minister Bezalel Smotrich threatened to turn areas of Lebanon into another Gaza.
We are now on the northern border after the IDF instructed all residents of the area to evacuate. You wanted to bring hell upon us. You brought hell upon yourselves. The Dahya will look like Khan Yunis. Our northern residents will live in quiet, peace, and security.
Displaced residents of Lebanon say they've left everything behind without knowing when or if they will be able to return to their homes.
By the way, for those who don't know, Khan Yunis is a city in Gaza that has been turned into a massive pile of rubble / tent camp.
This is
that's a very
Jassy,
genocidal
mother of
statement.
10 who fled southern Lebanon.
They said they were going to strike Dahya, so we left, and here we are sitting in the street like you can see. Now we don't know where we're supposed to go, where we should go, honestly. We don't have any shelter to stay. Brother, you know what I mean? I have 10 children. I don't know where my children are. They're displaced. I don't know where my children are. I have 4 sons and 6 daughters. Only this girl is with me and my husband. I don't know about the others. Each one is staying somewhere different. Everyone is living except accept us. We're not really living. I was 6 years old and I lived through the war in the 1971, 1982, and 2000 something. And it's still wars, wars, wars. When are we going to be done with wars? We're not going to be done. Brother, I swear we're not going to be done.
We go now to Beirut, where we're joined by Layla Yunus. She's an investigative journalist and writer based in Beirut. Her new piece for Dropsite News is headlined Mass Expulsion in Lebanon as Israel Expands War. We don't know where to go. Layla, thanks so much for being with us. If you can start off by just describing what's happening on the ground as tens of thousands of people are told to leave their homes, the entire area of southern Lebanon, which also includes Tyre, the Lebanon's second largest city.
Yeah, so it all began on late Sunday night into Monday morning. The beginning of it was marked by 6 very loud airstrikes that shook Beirut, waking many of us up, and we all knew that the war here had escalated once again. Since then, Israel first issued evacuation warnings for 50 villages, then 80 villages, and then completely, said we are evacuating all villages south of the Litani River. And then yesterday, chaos once again when we heard that they're also issuing evacuation orders for Dahya. As you heard, the individuals who you just soundbited, people are basically fleeing north with nowhere to go. Shelters are filling up rapidly. People are sleeping on the pavement in the winter nights. And it's completely unclear, when this is going to end.
And also the Lebanese Prime Minister, Nawaf Salam, has actually said that any retaliation or military action by Hezbollah against Israel is not sanctioned by the government. Could you talk about the government's response to the Israeli attack?
Yeah, absolutely. So Nawaf Salam came into power after the 66 days of escalated fighting in the fall of 2024 on a mandate really to disarm Hezbollah in the south. And that mandate was, of course, coming from the U.S., which does fund the Lebanese army, as well as from the Gulf states. The hope, of course, is that, the Americans and the Gulf states ultimately help fund not only the reconstruction of southern Lebanon, but Lebanon's been embroiled for years in an economic crisis since 2019. And so that investment has been promised to Lebanon on the condition that it disarms Hezbollah. So Nawaf Salam, along with his supporters, have tried very hard for the past year to kind of push this agenda. We've seen the army, along with the United Nations peacekeepers stationed in the south, release footage of, Hezbollah tunnels that they've discovered, weapons storage sites that they intend to demolish. And yet, what we're seeing here is quite a blow to those plans. Hezbollah clearly maintains significant military capacity, even south of the Litani River. They are engaging in active fighting with the Israelis. They're shooting rockets towards Israel missile defense systems and so on. And so, this obviously doesn't bode well for Nawaf's agenda. And I think that with this latest move, calling Hezbollah's acts in Lebanon illegal, even, making claims, saying illegal. That he now wants to start pursuing them, asking the army to even, arrest people who are shooting rockets into Israel is him kind of trying to signal to the international community that he continues to stand by that mandate. However, we're hearing now from the Israelis and the Americans that they want more. They don't want symbolic actions, quote unquote, from the Lebanese government. They really want to see the army confront the Hezbollah, which is quite a daunting prospect, right? We're talking about.
Yeah. Now, just for everybody who doesn't know, Lebanon is a somewhat fractured political environment where, Hezbollah has won political elections in the south. So they are legitimately elected, democratically elected political party that also happens to have a military wing, which does the same thing any other military would do. And they've been fighting a war against Israel for, on a very open scale over the last couple of years, right? Ever since October 7th, right? And even after the ceasefire, is actually the fighting continued, but it was almost entirely conducted by Israel. Israel did not leave Lebanon during the ceasefire period. They continued to occupy many parts of southern Lebanon and it conducted numerous strikes in southern Lebanon, even though there was a ceasefire, in the same way that they are disrespecting and disregarding the current ceasefire in Gaza they've done in Lebanon this whole time, right? So the narrative that somehow Hezbollah started this, that I feel like people are being fed right now, is disingenuous to anybody who's been paying attention to the conflict, because the fighting never stopped, but it was just mostly Israel doing it, so nobody cared and continues not to care.
You know, what could look ultimately like a civil war if such a thing were to take place.
And what's your sense of the intention here of Israel? Are they actually going to try to occupy and hold Lebanese territory?
They've said that they intend to occupy at least 15 kilometers. They want to into southern Lebanon. We're talking about dozens of villages. And this is in addition to, I think it's really, really important to emphasize that Israel's already occupying land in southern Lebanon. After the 66 days of fighting, they occupied 5 different points within southern Lebanon. They're all up on hills from which they can send drones to surveil the people of the south. And so, you know, this is kind of in addition to what really has already been an occupation. They're now saying that they want to push in, they want to create a buffer zone. And so that is kind of their intention. Whether or not they'll be able to do it, of course, at this very moment, unclear. However, I should add that, you know, people of the South will tell you, I think the vast majority of them, they fear, even prior to all of these recent years of war, another occupation of southern Lebanon. It would not be the first. Southern Lebanon was occupied. It was a brutal occupation from the years of 1982 to 2000, liberation in 2000. And so people have the memory of that occupation very fresh in their minds. In interviews that I had with people in the South, they've frequently point to what recently happened in Syria when the south of that country was disarmed following the fall of the Assad regime. You know, Israeli forces swept into the Golan Heights, took a lot more land, including land with very rich water resources, blew up homes, blocked people from their farmland. And so, you know, there's great, great fear among the people of the South that this is to be repeated again.
Arab and Muslim leaders, I want to talk about them. But first, earlier today, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, warned about the situation in Lebanon.
At the moment, with these blanket massive displacement orders, we are talking here about hundreds and thousands of people. Our colleagues on the ground hear every day about the anguish that people face, about not knowing where to go, not knowing how long it will take. Obviously, this raises serious concern under international humanitarian law, and in particular when it comes to issues around forced transfer.
On to the human rights leader, Volker Turk's comments.
Yeah, no, all this is clearly a violation of humanitarian and international law. The United States and Israel don't abide by those things, and yet they bring it up when people do bad things to us. It really is us, isn't it? Oh, by the way, check it out. Vertical stream, I think, is almost completely caught up. That's awesome. We were having so many problems with that all weekend, but it looks like it's finally working again. I think it was what I switched. I think it was bitrate today. All right, we're gonna keep going through these. I got a shit ton of videos, and I'm trying to get us caught up to current. I gotta cover the last. Since I didn't do a stream last night, I gotta cover the last 36, 48 hours. So let's keep moving through these. France 24 English now. From yesterday, Israel raids deep into Lebanon. Israeli troops engage Hezbollah after helicopter raid.
For more, let's speak to our correspondent in Beirut, Renee Davis. Hello to you. Renee, what is the latest information that you have on Israel's operations in Lebanon?
So if we want to talk about last night's operations in Nabishit, it turns out that the commando operation launched by Israel was to apparently retrieve the remains of a missing pilot, Ron Arad, who went missing in 1986, so just 4 years after the creation of Hezbollah as an entity itself. I've been speaking to people on the ground in Nabishit, and they've been showing me images. The ground is completely overturned. The roads are destroyed. It really looks like devastating images. There's also been continued strikes in the south. I've just had word of a family, of a mother, father, and 3 of their children killed in a strike last night in Nabatie. So the situation is developing, but it doesn't look good for Lebanon right now.
Renee, Lebanon, a very diverse country. How are these strikes affecting intercommunal relationships?
So Lebanon is already divided by culture and religion, with Shias, Christians, and Sunnis all living in the same place. Right now, I'm in North Beirut. So in North Beirut, predominantly Christian, people are putting Lebanese flags on their windows, Lebanese Forces flags, which is a political party that strongly opposes Hezbollah. It's almost a form of protection to signal that they do not want to be affiliated with Hezbollah at all, for fear of their own safety and their safety of their families and surroundings. We're also looking at mass displacement. Whereas in 2024, there was 1.2 million displaced. The scale of this escalation is much bigger than in 2024. So we're looking at bigger numbers than 1.2 million, but yet to confirm.
The fact that Israel thinks that it can just declare another country evacuate. Like if somebody declared that Manhattan evacuate, right? It's like the same thing, right? It's like everybody leave. It's like, excuse me, we're in the middle of some stuff right now. How about no? Okay, vertical isn't completely caught up. But it's doing much better than it was. It's actually got frames. I mean, before we ended the stream earlier, it had no frames. That wasn't fun. Thankfully, everything's fine on horizontal stream.
Hezbollah's decision to enter the war comes as the group is weakened. The Lebanese government seems to be seizing the opportunity to disarm Hezbollah, declaring its military activities illegal earlier this week. For some insight, we can speak to Maha Yahya, the director of the Carnegie Middle East Center in Beirut. Good morning, and thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
And you are in Beirut. I'm wondering if you could perhaps start by telling us what life...
Did she say Maha Yaya? Nice.
And you are in Beirut. I'm wondering if you could perhaps start by telling us what life is like there right now. We were just hearing from our correspondent, that people are perhaps more divided than they have been in the past.
I think it's a mixed bag, honestly. On the one hand, everyone is terrified of what's coming next. What your reporter from Jerusalem was saying earlier, there's a lot of concern that even if the war were to end with Iran tomorrow, which it won't, but even if it were to end with Iran tomorrow, with Lebanon, it could last longer.
I just realized I was on Top Chat on Vertical. I missed Diane. It's new chatter, Diane.
Seeing also a repeat of the Gaza playbook in Lebanon, in the sense that it's not just the sudden escalation, how fast things have gotten out of control, if you like, the mass evacuation notices, but also the blanket targeting of entire civilian infrastructure and neighborhoods. I'm talking about hospitals, schools, in residential neighborhoods. The kinds of attacks that we have not seen, at least we did not see in 2024, this kind of broad-scale flattening of entire areas. This is what is being asked now, to issue evacuation notices for close to between 50 and 100 towns and villages in the space of 24 hours. That gives you the sense of scale of panic, of worry, of concern across the Lebanese population. The southern suburbs alone houses 500,000 people. There was an evacuation notice for almost 1/3 of southern Lebanon. So there are lots of concerns. Everybody is terrified. Yesterday, the Israeli jets were flying quite low over Beirut. So it's just a mood of a lot of fear. But at the same time, in the way that Israel has been conducting its targeted attacks over the past year and a half, since the ceasefire in November 2024, which of course was a unilateral ceasefire because Israel has not stopped attacking Lebanon, but it has been predominantly targeted attacks against Hezbollah members, but also that cost the lives of at least 100 Lebanese civilians. So it has effectively put a kind of a bullseye on the Shiite community overall. There's a sense of fear, even though there's a lot of solidarity. You see NGOs from different
Good to see so many people finding us over on Vertical now. Although it's still not running as smoothly as I would like. It's sad that you're all seeing this side of us. You know, we have another YouTube stream. We have 2 YouTube streams going right now. You can see this stream in all of its perfection over there. You just got to click the channel. And I'll take you right to it.
Immediately.
Take you right to it.
Sooner.
It's still not perfect. We're working on it. Earlier, since Friday, we've been having some serious problems with the vertical stream, but we haven't given up yet. We haven't given up yet. Not going to do it.
At this juncture.
Religious denominations, different backgrounds rushing in to help. There is a sense of solidarity in terms of wanting to help the displaced, but there's also a lot of panic and paranoia of what if we take someone in, or what if we rent an apartment and it turns out to be someone that Israel is after and they end up targeting the building. So that what if has really put a bullseye on the Shiite community overall and on the displaced overall, whether they're Shiites or not. Let's not forget, southern Lebanon is not just populated by members of the Shiite community, but it also has Christians, Sunnis, and other religious denominations. Lebanon is a multi-ethnic, multi-sectarian country. We have 18 religiously recognized religious groups, officially recognized religious groups. So it's a real mixed bag, a lot of solidarity, but also a lot of panic, a lot of fear of what's coming next. And it's miserable for a lot of people. We're seeing, as you saw from the scenes, it's quite cold here and people are sleeping on the waterfront, in the streets. The government is trying to cope. Their response has been admirable, frankly. In the short time span, they've had to respond, but it's still not enough. And I think this is where the international community needs to come in, not only with humanitarian help, helping the government quickly put up tents, absorb the displaced, etc., but also in terms of pushing back against this kind of replay, again, of the Gaza playbook in Lebanon, the mass evacuations. I mean, these are all violating international laws. So there needs to be a real pushback in that sense via the United States, because I think the only country that the Israel will listen to today is the United States.
Yeah, good luck with that. Does anybody genuinely think that the United States under Donald Trump is going to push back on anything Israel does? Any more than the Biden administration did?
I'm staying in the race.
You've got to be... You are living in a fantasy land. That is not going to happen. We've been calling for somebody to push... somebody in the United States to actually push back. Somebody with power to push back on what Israel's been doing for over 2 years. For over 2 years on this channel, we have been saying, hey, the United States is basically the only country with any real fucking leverage in all this. The United Kingdom and Germany and some of these other countries might have been helping, but the United States is doing the bulk of the lifting. Israel gets like 90+% of its funding from the United States. They could not exist without us. And as a result, we have an incredible amount of leverage, and none of that has been even kind of threatened by anybody who could do fuck all about it. Anybody who has thought or continues to think that Donald Trump will do something about that, will do more than the Biden administration did, is ridiculous. They're talking about turning it into a hotel casino scheme for his family. Anybody who's a Trump supporter who, in this moment, if you're a Trump supporter and you've ever said the words Burisma or Biden laptop or the phrase laptop from hell, and you're currently fine with Donald Trump wanting to turn the Gaza Strip into a hotel and casino opportunity for him and his family and Jared Kushner and whoever else, and simultaneously thinking he's going to be better for the Middle East, I have got some magic beans to sell you. They're a little expensive, but regardless, they're very, very effective.
Israel continues to step up its military campaign in Lebanon. Beirut's southern suburbs, a Hezbollah stronghold, were battered by heavy bombardments on Friday. The Israeli military has struck over 500 targets across the border since renewed fighting broke out against the Iranian-backed militant group. Communities across huge swathes of Lebanon, including the capital, have been forced to flee. Officials have said the displacement could have unprecedented consequences.
Every shelter we go to tells us there are no spots left, no space. They tell us to wait until new places open up.
We didn't sleep last night. We couldn't sleep out of fear. And we were just seeing the news just to check on our homes.
Israeli strikes also targeted the city of Tripoli and in the south the cities of Tyre, Nabatea and Saida, as well as several villages in the east. Near the southern border, a UN peacekeeping base was hit, injuring 3 Ghanaian soldiers. The source of the attack is still unclear, but Lebanon's president points the finger at Israel. France's President Emmanuel Macron spoke out condemning the incident.
The UN force in Lebanon plays a key stabilization role in southern Lebanon. I strongly condemn the unacceptable attack that targeted members of its contingent today. France will...
I love how France only has words for those people in Lebanon. No one else, just the UN force. I mean, I don't disagree with this statement. It's just the missing words that bother me. It's like they have such selective concern, and it's incredibly frustrating to me, and I'm sure to a lot of people. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only person. I'm giving misinformation. Oh, wow. Oh, no. Misinformation, you say? Fascinating.
No!
Well, for more, we can cross now to the Lebanese capital to speak with our senior reporter, Catherine Norris-Trent, who's at a sports centre near the Dahiyeh neighbourhood in southern Beirut that Israel has been targeting for the past 2 days. Catherine, where exactly are you, and what more can you tell us about the impact of this conflict on the people you've been speaking to?
Good afternoon, Haxi. Yeah, so I am outside the City Sportive, basically Beirut's largest sports stadium right now, where no matches are being played, but they're gearing up for a major humanitarian operation. They're hoping to welcome up to 2,500 people in the coming days, because so many people have been displaced by recent Israeli airstrikes, particularly in the capital, focusing on the Dahiyeh, the southern suburbs of Beirut, historic Hezbollah stronghold. We're not far away from the Dahiyeh here, and so that the officials are basically using any facilities they can get around here, especially sporting facilities, to set up tents to try and get people a bit of shelter. The Norwegian Refugee Council has said it estimates already that some 300,000 people are internally displaced within Lebanon. That figure could be much higher, because there's been a fresh evacuation warning for the whole of the south of Lebanon, south of the Litani River, about 8% of the country's territory. That's just been issued by the Israeli army's Arabic language spokesman, warning people their lives are in danger if they stay. And of course, people from the southern suburbs have also been fleeing for their lives, and many of them have been sleeping out in the cold or in their cars because they simply can't afford the cost of an apartment or a hotel or somewhere to stay. So you've got humanitarian efforts like this being set up, the authorities and NGOs scrambling to respond to the scale of this humanitarian crisis, which is feared could only grow in the coming days and perhaps weeks.
And you referenced it just there, Catherine. Israel's operation in Lebanon very much continuing to expand in terms of scope and also ambition.
Okay, someone on Vertical is coming at me over having said a figure that was slightly inaccurate. I'm so sorry. The United States is the vast majority supplier of both economic and military funding to Israel, but is not over 90%. It's slightly less than that. I'm very sorry. But we are absolutely number one, and everybody else is essentially negligible aside from Germany. But even then, you get rid of Germany, it would not matter. They could still get it all done with the United States. Germany is just a bonus, okay? UK is just a bonus. It's just nice having friends, you know? But really, Israel could get it all done with the United States' help and nobody else's. We give them so much fucking money and weapons. So I'm sorry of the fact that my figures weren't exact. I say a lot of words, a lot of numbers. I talk for 8 hours a stream, 5 days a week, and sometimes I'm wrong. You don't need to come at me over it like that. If I get a figure wrong, just say, hey, this is what actually the figure is, and maybe I'll be more receptive to it, and I won't yell at you next time. Okay? I'm willing to admit I've made a huge, tiny mistake. But you coming at me and claiming I'm giving, misinformation, and that you're going to report me for it is kind of wild. Okay? Because the fact is the spirit of what I was saying is still, in fact, accurate. just because I was off on a number. I'm so sorry. Do you know how many fucking accounts on YouTube are inaccurate, say inaccurate things, and actually intend to do it? Like, really? Like, who is your bastion of truth? Please, tell me.
Well, for more, we can bring in France 24's Olivier Bizot, who's in Jerusalem for us. Olivia, air raid sirens have become a common feature of Israeli life in recent days. Just how much support is there in Israel for this war?
Hello. Yes, well, most Israelis do support this conflict against Iran. That's been proven in polls that have been published this week. And I spoke to an analyst in Jerusalem this morning, and he told me that the reasons for this are mostly threefold. First, many Israelis see Iran as an existential threat. And then you also have public confidence in Israel's defense systems. The IDF has said that they've managed to intercept 60% of Iran's ballistic missiles going into Israel. And that they've destroyed 80% of Iran's air defense system. So there is that public confidence. And third, there is the support in Iran from the US, making Israelis feel less isolated on the international stage. But I have also spoken to Israelis who are growing increasingly frustrated and exhausted, especially Israelis who've had to evacuate their homes. Now, yesterday, the health ministry published a statement saying that over 2,000 people have had to be evacuated from their homes that have been destroyed, mostly in the northern and central parts of the country. And there is an increasing amount of fatigue. And unlike after the October the 7th attack, where there were government-led efforts to help people evacuate, this time people are having to manage on their own, scrambling to find relatives and family members to stay with. Now, this evening in Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, and cities across Israel, protests against Netanyahu and his government are expected.
And Olivia, this is, of course, for Israel, a conflict being fought on two fronts. There are incoming missiles and rockets from Iran, but also the threat posed by Hezbollah to the north. How do these two aspects compare from an Israeli standpoint?
Yes, that's right. Fighting is intensifying on these two fronts, and the strategy is very different. Now, this morning, the IDF said it had begun a broad new wave of attacks in Iran, mostly in Tehran and in the central parts of the country. They said that 80 fighter jets carried out a new wave of strikes and that 230 bombs were dropped on key targets. Now, those mostly included key infrastructure and sites like an underground ballistic missile factory and a military academy. Now, Tehran has responded with a constant drip of ballistic missiles being sent here being sent across Israel, but most missiles that have been sent to Israel have been intercepted.
Yeah. Although not all missiles and strikes into Israel have been intercepted. And it's not clear how many have actually gotten through because Israel has been very much cagey about information leaving the country about any strikes happening, actually managing to get through its defenses. What happens if I turn this up even more? Will this help or hurt? This is a question I have right now. Just feels like not enough information is getting through, so if I turn that up. Vertical is still struggling a little bit, I'm noticing. I'm going to skip to this. one. Try and get us moving. I'm getting sidetracked over here. So here, this is from the Associated Press from yesterday. Iran's president says U.S. demand for surrender. Mahmoud Pezeshkian, president of Iran, says the U.S.'s demand for surrender is a dream that the U.S. should take to their grave. Yeah, we clearly haven't solved the vertical problem. I'm not sure what else.
یه چنین خوابی رو اینا باید با خودشون به گور ببرن آنچه که ما باش پایبندیم قوانین
What we are committed to is international law,
اصولی که اینا دم ازش میزنن
human frameworks and the principles they talk about.
و حق و حقوق همه
They should be committed to those principles.
ایران ما رو اینا حق ندارن
They can't ignore the rights of any country, including Iran. I should apologize to the neighboring countries that were attacked by Iran on my own behalf. What happened was that our commanders and our leader lost their lives following the barbaric aggression, and our armed forces, the champions that are sacrificing their lives to defend our territorial integrity,
وقتی فرماندهان نبودن آتش به اختیار تمام اون اقداماتی که لازم بود انجام دادن و با عزت و قدرت
did whatever was necessary. They proudly and powerfully defended our homeland. If some groups in neighboring countries are thinking of using this opportunity to attack our soil, this is my message to them. You better not become a toy in the hands of imperialism. Oh, God. Nothing is helping. Nothing is helping with Vertical Stream. I don't know what it's about. Are people getting censored? I'm sorry. I can't stop that. All right, let's keep going through these here.
Air raid sirens just sounded in Jerusalem. At least 3 explosions were heard by some counts. Well, over the past 24 hours, at least 6 air raid alerts have been issued across Israel. Let's speak to our correspondent now, Noga Tarnopolsky, standing by in Jerusalem. Hello to you, Noga. Another air raid siren. What more have you noticed about these ongoing Iranian strikes?
Well, there are a number of things to say. One is increasingly over the last few days, we've seen coordinated strikes. So missiles launched from Iran and separately missiles launched from Hezbollah in the intention of them landing in Israel at the same time. So a coordinated attack. I mention this among other things because this is a sign that the Iranian authorities are still very much in control, at least of these kinds of military planning. We are also seeing a very, very different Iranian strategy than what we saw just months ago during the war in June. At that time, huge barrages were launched basically every night and many days at Israel, 80 missiles at a time or more. This time, we haven't seen that at all. Instead, Iran appears to have adopted a strategy of launching as few missiles as it can, just to disrupt life in Israel completely. So it's not aiming necessarily to kill and destroy in Israel, but it is aiming to make daily life in Israel impossible and to keep people in and out of shelters constantly. So it's a constant drip. But each time we hear the air raid sirens and we look at the missiles aiming towards Israel, it's one missile, it's 3 missiles. The army says that 2 launches were sighted. So it's a very different strategy. It may indicate, it may indicate that Iran is trying to hold onto ammunition for a longer conflict, or it could be anything. One of the theories here.
Yeah, as I've said, I think that Iran is playing the long game, and that it's a game of brinksmanship, and essentially seeing how they can most effectively and most efficiently cause the United States and Israel as much of a headache, and anybody aiding the United States or Israel as much of a problem as they can. Because they know the United States, in terms of actual all-out firepower, has superior force, but they've come up with strategies like the use of these Shahed drones that are incredibly cheap, but overwhelm the defenses and cause the United States and Israel to spend an insane amount of money defending against these things. Jesus Christ. I'm getting so mad about the vertical stream right now. It's like it's taking over all of my attention. I'm like struggling to focus on what I should be focusing on because of it. It was working fine. It was working fine for a second. You know, I've gone back to feeling like I have no idea what is causing it, which is a great place to be. All right, let's talk about oil prices, because those things skyrocketed going into the weekend.
This week, oil is on track for its biggest gain since 2020.
And the market has been scrambling to find safe havens as the conflict grows in the Middle East.
And the US economy
Holy
unexpectedly lost
Jesus
92,000 jobs in
Christ. Oh my God. I hope everybody took my advice earlier. I hope people took my advice before the weekend. Everybody remember what I said on Friday? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I cannot believe it. Oh my God, this is horrifying. I just looked because I was like, I just entertained the thought, hey, maybe something crazy happened this morning already, since the markets are already open in Asia, have been for hours. I wonder if anything's happened with oil. Oh, fuck. I hope everybody filled up their tanks. This is about to get really bad. I told you all to buy gas. I told everybody, please buy gas. Fill up your tanks. Because you're about to have a serious problem. I did not think it was going to be... when I said that, I didn't think it was going to be as bad as... I was going based upon what the price was then. 2 days ago. Now... good luck finding gas. Holy fucking shit. It just hit 112. Look at this. 116. It hit 116 a second ago. Oh my God. 116 a barrel? Holy shit. This is what it looks like over a week here. Back here. This was Monday of last week. $74 a barrel. Last month, February 12th, $63 a barrel. $55 a barrel back in December. It's trading at 110.50 right now. It's like wild. It was at 1.6. It's like, oh, holy fucking shit. This hasn't been that high since 2022. It just basically hit the same number it hit the peak of 2022. Holy fuck. This is one of the highest oil prices we've seen in over a decade. This is insanity. You have to go, aside from 2022, which is pandemic prices, I would point out, the last time you saw oil like this was back in 2008.
This is ridiculous!
Oh, it's bad. Oh, that's not good. Oh my God. It's so much worse than I thought it was going to be. I thought it would take some time for us to get to 120. I thought it would take us a little longer to get to 120. Holy shit. Up 21% on the day. Get out of here.
This week, oil is on track for its biggest gain since 2020.
And the market has been scrambling to find safe havens as the conflict grows in the Middle East.
And the US economy unexpectedly lost 92,000 jobs in February.
This is Reuters Morning Bid, bringing you unfiltered market news and analysis straight from the Reuters newsroom 7 days a week. I'm Elena Casas in London.
And I'm Peter Devlin. It's Saturday, March 7th. So, Elena, it's been a very long week. Since this day last week, the US and Israel have been launching airstrikes on Iran. Meanwhile, Iran has been sending missile and drone attacks across the Gulf states. The crucial Strait of Hormuz has grown to an almost standstill. As well, we look at oil prices, Brent crude topping at $90 since the first time since 2024. It really shows how a price energy shock can really unfold quickly, doesn't it?
It really does. About a fifth of the world's oil and gas normally travels through the Strait of Hormuz. That's at the moment about 140 million barrels that are stuck in the Gulf that can't be exported. Now, Saudi Arabia and the UAE can export some of their oil via the Red Sea instead. But essentially, there's nowhere for this oil to go. And as a result, prices are soaring. And that's very quickly being translated into gains at the pump in the US as well, of course, even though President Trump told Reuters this week that if they rise, they rise. He seemed fairly relaxed about it. But certainly in the Gulf, ministers are not. The Qatari energy minister said on Friday that the price of oil could reach $150 a barrel if countries in the Gulf are forced to shut down production because they just can't export it.
But let's talk about these forecasts because they're getting insane. As you said, $150 from the Qatari energy minister. As well, Goldman Sachs seeing $100 within a few weeks. One analyst we spoke to as well wouldn't give us a price point, but said as
few
this goes
weeks. This was from Friday, by the way. Looks like Goldman Sachs was wrong about another thing. A few weeks, they say. 2 days, more like, or literally one trading day. Oh, $150 oil is, I don't think it's ever been seen. You'd be paying $10 a gallon at the pump. All right, we're gonna keep moving. Honestly, I can't keep moving. I gotta stay on this. This is insane. I can't believe what we just uncovered. I cannot believe oil prices just hit 116 this morning. Oh my God. Thankfully, it's come down slightly, I guess. I mean, it could jump right back up and go even higher. Oh boy.
with 1 week to 1 week, the price is going to creep higher. What's going to really bring de-escalation?
Well, I wasn't really surprised that analysts weren't willing to be drawn on a specific number. But certainly this will put pressure on the Trump administration to do something to try and bring down the price. They have talked about using the...
At least the unemployed don't need to drive. Wow, Joe, that's grim. That's grim. That's dark. This is going to affect everything. I'm gonna reiterate the same point I've made about oil prices in the past, but since we have a system in which oil is what we use to transport goods and people across the planet, this is going to make absolutely everything more expensive in one way or another, from food to, you know, whatever it is you might be doing in your life. It's gonna make it all more expensive.
US Navy to escort tankers through the Strait of Hormuz, although of course that would require jets and destroyers that currently are in action in Iran. They've also talked about the US government backing an insurance scheme for those tankers But at the moment, we don't really know how that would work. And clearly, it looks like most ship owners are not willing to take the risk, even though the financial returns, if they do, would be enormous. A tanker carrying oil from the Middle East to China can probably command a freight rate of about $500,000 a day at the moment if it gets through. But that will be an enormous risk. It would potentially put sailors in the line of fire, and at least 10 vessels have been hit by strikes in the Gulf already.
But let's talk about maybe the winners and losers, as always, in the fringes of war. And Russia seems to be coming to the forefront. We saw the US wavering their sales to India as well. They've said that they would stop all gas sales to Europe at a time when European gas inventory is very low. Is really Russia profiting from this?
It does come at a very convenient time for Vladimir Putin, whose economy has really started to struggle, partly.
Oh yeah, this is going to be super helpful for Russia. I mean, their economy is almost completely independent on oil. And, I mean, staggeringly high, near historic level gas prices, oil prices would certainly benefit that. That being the economy for Russia, that is. By the way, I just want to apologize again to everybody on Vertical Stream. I don't know if you can all hear me. I assume you can, since there's so many people still watching. But we're still continuing to have technical problems with the lag right now. We do have multiple streams going simultaneously, and the other two are perfectly fine. That being the horizontal streams on Twitch and YouTube. Fortunately, the vertical, aka shorts stream, is still just not. This is all weekend we've been having, and now this morning. It's an ongoing situation we're trying to solve. Not a whole lot of luck on that yet, but we aren't giving up.
As a result of the price cap on Russian oil, which is supposed to restrict the amount of profit that Russia.
All right, I'm going to keep going through the videos here. Try not to get too frustrated about the lag. Everything's fine.
From drone
actually.
incursions to flight paths narrowed by conflict, airline pilots are facing escalating risks. The outbreak of war in the Middle East has put hundreds of ballistic missiles and attack drones into the skies and above some of the world's busiest airports. Iran has retaliated against US-Israeli attacks, and it's included hitting airports, grounding scores of flights from Dubai to Abu Dhabi. Reuters spoke to 8 pilots and several aviation and security insiders who said the accumulation of conflicts from Ukraine to Afghanistan to Israel has led to shrinking airspace and a wider use of military drones, taking a growing toll on pilots' mental health. Moritz Berger is a commercial pilot based in Germany. He recalled spotting an object that looked like a balloon with a structure underneath as he was about to land at a European airport.
It's really like looking out of the window and suddenly there appeared an object that passed by just below our aircraft, and we could see it for maybe 1, maximum 2 seconds. Normally when you encounter such a near miss or some object which is passing by, there's not enough time to react. So it is unrealistic to expect from pilots that they would fly around such an object. There's pretty much nothing we can do.
Industry experts say airspace safety has worsened in recent years. An Air France flight to bring stranded French nationals home from the UAE turned back due to missile fire on Thursday, and a Lufthansa pilot on Friday diverted from Riyadh to Cairo over regional security fears. The head of Lebanon's civil aviation body, Captain Mohammed Aziz, told Reuters that pilots trained in the Middle East have become wearily used to emergencies.
Yeah, pilots calling for peace. Not gonna lie, I'm not sure Donald Trump has any respect for pilots. Any concern for what they might have to say about the safety of the skies. But a fucking tragedy could certainly happen at any fucking time, with at least there being some air traffic going on still in the Middle East, although it's been drastically reduced. With many shutting down their airports, or in some cases, airports have been struck, and it's entirely possible with all the missiles and drones flying around. Have an accident of some sort. Well, damn, I thought I solved the vertical stream. Remember when I thought that? Not that long ago. It was looking good for a second. I was mad at it. I have no idea what the problem is. It's very frustrating to me.
A few meters away from the US Embassy in Manila, activists have come to condemn the war in Iran. The Foreign Ministry estimates more than 2.4 million Filipinos currently work in the Middle East. They're now in the line of fire as Iran exchanges strikes with the US and Israel.
This crisis is not just limited in the Middle East. It will affect many countries, especially the Philippines. We are concerned about the situation of migrant workers in the Middle East.
The Filipino government says it's prepared to order a mandatory repatriation if the conflict escalates. But such a mission is complex and costly. For now, authorities have limited themselves to effectively banning the deployment of newly hired Filipino workers. With migrant workers mostly from Asia and Southeast Asia accounting for 40% of the Gulf's labour force, their repatriation could have devastating effects for health, construction or household help sectors. Meanwhile, migrant workers' remittances fuel household incomes back home, providing nearly 9% of the Philippines' GDP and up to a quarter of Nepal's. That means any prolonged labour disruption in the Gulf could quickly strain these economies. These Bangladeshi workers had returned home to Dhaka for a few days.
All right, well, I think I'm going to shut down the vertical stream again. I'm worried that it's going to cause problems, because the last time I turned off the vertical stream, all of a sudden everything else went to shit. But, seeing as it is still so far behind and it just doesn't seem to be making any real progress. I want to have people just keep coming in here and not actually seeing what they're supposed to see. I feel it sucks. It honestly is very annoying to me. And there's like 90 people watching right now. I don't even know why they're watching, because they can only hear me talking. They only hear me talking, and they see a frozen screen, and I guess they can hear the videos I'm watching. Type in chat if you want me to keep. If you're in vertical stream right now and you're enjoying listening to this, say something in chat. If you're like, you know what, no, it's fine. I don't need to see what's happening. Put a 1 in chat. Otherwise, I might shut this puppy down. Whoopsies. No, don't do that.
More, let's cross to Beirut and speak to Georges Guettane, Secretary General of the Lebanese Red Cross. Hello to you, Georges. Thank you for speaking to Paris Direct. Since Monday, there's been a lot of chaos in Lebanon. Talk to us about what your week has been like.
Good morning, and as you know, we are in a very difficult situation where we are in alert and responding to crisis from the south of Lebanon till Bekaa, suburb of Beirut, evacuating of injured, dead bodies, martyrs, and patients who need ambulance, and civilians who are stuck. And the special issue, very important, that we are coordinating with UNIFIL and the border regarding the access, safer access, especially from the south blue line from Tir till Shib'a. Also, as you realized last night in the Bekaa, in this region where we face a lot of challenge, it was very difficult to us. For Nabishit, where there's more than 27 dead bodies, about 29, and more than 40 injuries. And the situation is very bad regarding relief shelter. We are coordinating with the movement of Red Cross Crescent, the ICRC, International Committee, and the IFRC, also all the partners. Of course, we are members of the National Committee with the government, with all the ministries regarding shelter, relief, and others, Ministry of Health.
Okay, Frisla, you don't really count. You're watching on the other stream right now. You are watching on the other stream. How do you count? You were literally just chatting in the other stream a second ago. You're clearly cheating. You're clearly cheating, and I don't know why this means something to you. The stream is 3 to 4 minutes behind. I know it's 3 to 4 minutes behind. It's terrible. And it's annoying me. I mean, it's so bad. At one point, it caught up. And now it's back behind by quite some stretch. That's why I want to shut it down. So I was asking people to type 1 in chat, and then you jumped in here. Causing a whole kerfuffle.
For more, we can speak to our foreign editor, Kedevan Gorgistani. Hello to you, Kedevan. Just as we look at the way sort of Russia's been communicating here and what we've heard from the Kremlin, what more do we know about Russia's actual involvement in the war?
Well, look, what we know is from those U.S. media outlets who are reporting that the Russian intelligence, basically, according to those reports, really focused on the location of potential military targets, warships, aircrafts, command and control infrastructure, radar systems, but also location of personnel, both civilian and military personnel. What we don't know is the extent of that intelligence and its use by the Iranians. Did the Russians tell the Iranians or sort of guide the Iranians as to which targets they should strike? And did Iran actually use any of that Russian intelligence in the attacks that they have carried out so far? Those are answers that we don't have right now. The other thing that's interesting is the White House's response to all of that. When they were questioned about these reports, do you confirm, do you deny? They didn't deny it. They didn't confirm it either completely, but what they did was sort of try to minimize the impact.
I don't know why I'm muted. So much winning. So very much winning. More winning than anybody ever thought possible. That's basically what Donald Trump said. He's like, look, we don't need... we don't even care. Russia can tell Iran whatever they want. Doesn't matter. We're winning more than anyone ever thought possible. Fucking hell. It's been a night of technological nonsense. All right. Where to next? Let's go here.
The neocons are, they're back. They never left us, but they're back. And so we need some Bush era kind of reminiscing if we're going to be doing this.
I was going to mention to him. Saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas. I was going to mention to him the idea of someone like Lindsey Graham or Rubio, for that matter, or Netanyahu being okay with a balkanized Iran with multiple warring factions is a mini version of what the Project for a New American Century document was, that was written in the wake of the first Iraq War by folks like Dick Cheney and Pearl and Wolfowitz, I think, was in writing, and Feist was Doug Feist, I think it was his name. These names I haven't said in 15 years. And the Project for a New American Century was the contemplation by the neocons that America could become a hyperpower, and that the rest of the world would be in. What would happen is there would be no other superpower to contest with us. We would be a hyperpower that would oversee a world with a bunch of regional conflicts. And those regional conflicts would be both containable, but also serve to prevent any type of coalition or buildup of power that would challenge us. Mm-hmm. And we would have a somewhat Pax, but totally Americana in terms of over the entire globe, by having that hegemony that was enhanced by low-level conflicts. And so the idea of a balkanized Iran that would be helpful to Israel just means like nobody can coalesce and deal with our power.
Iran plays a pretty key part in China's Belt and Road Initiative.
I mean, all of the Middle East. I mean, I was also quite convinced that much of Iraq was founded in a concern that Iran would, that China would get hegemony or creep into, we would lose hegemony over the oil. And It wasn't so much that we would just get it cheaply, but rather we would control the spigot.
And that's, why.
And of course, China then goes and says like, oh, well, we're going to do solar, and all our cars are going to be electric. So
we have
options.
Suckers. That's why it's important to mention that that report about the Gulf states getting stonewalled by the United States. If they're going to experience the blowback but not the benefit, this is mandate from heaven for Xi Jinping.
I got to say, being aware of American history and the way the American colonists played different tribes against each other and eventually came for all of them, I would just say that when Dave Rubin says you're all Muslims and he doesn't know why Iran would attack
Arabs.
other Muslims,
that's
you're all on the menu, folks.
Right,
so you should figure out how to get out from under America, because we're not going to treat you any better.
Dorsey reminds me, it was Douglas Feith, who Spain also wanted to investigate him for war crimes. Spain was quite good in the whole war crime thing. I think they got pretty far down the road with Dick Cheney because of the way that they have their prosecutors. But he escaped by dying. That's it for us today, at least for the free show. We're going to head into the fun half, and boy, is it going to be fun.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to hear more from folks like Mike Johnson. Oh, yes. There's a lot of third way stuff. Oh, here's the other thing I wanted to mention. Because, we're not quite in Iraq war territory in terms of our attack on Iran. We may or may not get there. But the thing I learned from going through those 4 or 5 years, those first 4 or 5 years, 6 years, I guess, of that war, is that during that time, there was enough insight by people I did not like Rahm Emanuel, let's say, and those forces within the Democratic Party, to understand that someday the Democrats would be back in power. And they prepared.
I'm staying in the race.
And that's been going on through the Trump years, even through the Biden years. And the difference is this time is that it's not just been happening with the third way types. It's been happening with the folks to the left of the Democratic Party who want to pull the Democratic Party left. DSA, Justice Democrats, however you want to, place that ideologically. And so Bernie Sanders came out with a proposal yesterday for a wealth tax. And, it occurred to me that, like, if something like this had been proposed during the beginning of the Iraq War, I'd be like, there's no time to talk about this. But this is a very important time to talk about it because Donald Trump is not going to be president forever. He may not even be alive for the rest of his term. Who knows? He's got a huge rash on his neck. And who knows what that is?
It's gross. All I know is it's gross.
It's called the winning rash.
Oh, yeah.
My understanding is there are flesh-eating bacteria that exist in the world. So it could be anything. It could just be eczema. But
okay. Gonna keep this moving. I'm sorry. I'm like zoning out right now. Zoning out. My body is in pain right now, and I'm getting distracted by the fucking vertical stream. I'm just beat, people. What can I say? I'm like overwhelmed. Overwhelmed by everything that's been going on. I gotta be real. There's so much that's been happening. It's my job to keep up with it all. It's been very difficult on my psyche. Oh, it's been very difficult. And then you have tech problems happening simultaneously. Just popping up out of nowhere. Very strange tech problems. Completely inexplicable. I'm not dropping any frames still, but vertical looks like it's completely frozen still. It's a disaster. It's a fucking disaster. Just like this quagmire in the Middle East.
Imagery showing the extent of the damage to U.S. military facilities across Gulf Arab countries is starting to emerge, part of Iran's furious response to an Israeli-American campaign that decimated its leadership. At least 9 U.S. military positions have been hit in less than 48 hours. These are relatively close targets. They're much nearer to Iran than its usual target, Israel. That proximity may give Iran...
By the way, we started the stream at around, what time was it, 7 o'clock? So we've been going like 7 hours, if you don't count the break when we had to restart the stream. You can count that as a break. It wasn't a break for me, I know that much. It was very stressful. But we've been going all frickin' night, all morning. Talking about all of the latest news. And if you haven't already, somehow hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And while you're at it, do please consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Why not become a patron? Honestly, great place for you to contribute. $3 a month, 10 cents a day, get a whole bunch of sweet space benefits while you're at it. Really helps me out. Fact is if everybody who subscribed to this channel became a patron, or a member on YouTube, or a subscriber on Twitch, we'd be good. We'd be good financially. Forever. So long as, I don't know. I guess inflation can get real crazy.
Missiles and drones a better chance of hitting their targets. This is the port of Shuaiba, where just after 9 a.m. on Sunday morning, an Iranian strike set a makeshift U.S. operations center at the civilian port ablaze. 6 American service members were killed in the attack. You can see smoke rising from the fire, the blown-out 3-wide trailer blackened on the inside. There are few signs of fortification. In another attack, a drone, this appears to be the Arash 2, crashes into US positions in Camp Buring. A building severely damaged. American helicopters parked inside the base were nearly hit. In Bahrain, a Shahid attack drone flies into the base that hosts the US Navy's 5th Fleet, one of the largest American naval formations in the world. It looks alarmingly defenseless. The drone hits one satellite communication terminal, clearly seen here. But the scale of the damage is more obvious here, warehouses and other buildings damaged, and another satellite communication terminal destroyed in a separate attack. We see this pattern of targeting throughout the region. At least 5 satellite communication terminals were destroyed. It points to a possible Iranian effort to cut US bases off from the outside world. Iran used an unprecedented barrage of missiles and drones. US Patriot missiles and other multi-billion-dollar air defense systems shot most of these out of the sky. But the ones that got through were enough to puncture the veil of security around oil-rich Gulf Arab states and the heart of America's security infrastructure in the Middle East.
We have obtained incredible new satellite imagery, and this is really important. It does show extensive damage at military bases across Iran, as you might expect, but that is what it shows. Now, we're using these images to piece together how the United States managed to kill the country's supreme leader and so many around him that they after they thought dark was light, darkness was done, they're going to have this meeting. And was taken out. The U.S., we understand, had secretly been trailing him with intelligence from...
Aaron seems way too excited about all of this. Fucking hate that woman. Honestly, CNN is trash.
This is the scene in Yemen's capital, Sana'a. A massive coordinated show of force and solidarity as the region enters what many here call a decisive battle. The Houthi movement, which controls vast swathes of Yemen, has historically aligned itself with Tehran. But today, that alliance is being tested by fire.
We came out on this blessed day in support and solidarity with the Iranian people, Hezbollah and the Popular Mobilization Forces. We are all one body and one shield to confront America and Israel.
The crowd is mourning as much as they are protesting. Recent strikes by the US and Israel have plunged the Middle East into an unpredictable conflict, one that has already led to the death of Iran's supreme leader. Houthis officials aren't just shouting slogans, they're issuing warnings. Official Ali al-Dailami says their forces are on the trigger, ready for any emergency the situation calls for.
Our message to America and Israel is that we will not abandon Iran and Lebanon. And we tell you, we are support for Iran, Lebanon and Iraq.
As the axis of resistance tightens its ranks.
Wow, what an image. Makes me sad that people on Vertical can't see it. Wait, what? The fuck? Vertical Stream is working again. What in the shit? I don't know what to think about it anymore. I don't know what to think about it anymore, dude. Okay, good to have you back, Vertical Stream. Glad we're working again. Jesus Christ.
This is ridiculous!
All right, let's go here now. France 24 English from yesterday. Wait, no, this is the Associated Press. No, oh yeah, this is Tehran. This is the AP from yesterday. Explosions seen in Tehran as Israeli warplanes pound the country. So strange. I don't know what did it. Now, as I mentioned earlier, there's flights have all but stopped in the Middle East. Many airlines shutting down their operations over multiple countries: Syria, Iraq, Iran. You'll see 0 planes. Lebanon over here, no planes. Southern Turkey, you don't really see anybody flying through this airspace. Kuwait, you don't see a single plane over here. In Bahrain or Qatar, it's just no planes. Also in western Afghanistan, but that's because there's been fighting between Afghanistan and Pakistan over here, most likely. Although it could be a result of whatever's happening in Iran as well. But also, you'll notice in southern Egypt, I don't see any planes flying over southern Egypt. Seemingly people are trying to avoid that. The only planes coming through this area seem to be going directly to Israel. And there's a bunch of traffic over Saudi Arabia, but only over the center of Saudi Arabia. Most of that traffic seems to be stuck over Riyadh. But you can just see there's a big box of no-fly zone. One plane over here. One plane over here. But effectively nobody flying around here.
These lucky few managed to leave Dubai on their own on a commercial flight, but it came at a cost.
Normally, a direct flight with Emirates is around 500 to 600 euros. This time I paid 1,150.
In the vast majority of cases, the price of returning home is covered by the French nationals themselves or by their insurance. For the most vulnerable, including people with serious medical conditions or financial difficulties, consular services can negotiate discount tickets directly with the airlines.
Yeah, but that's not happening for everybody. And in some cases, these tickets I've been hearing about them going up over 200% for some people. That guy who said it was 500 to 1,200 or to 1,100 or something, but I've heard it even higher. The fact is, the number of planes flying over the area is reduced, and the number of people trying to leave the area is greatly increased. Good old capitalism, supply and demand. Everybody's favorite friend. Till you have to do something. Till something important in life comes up. All of a sudden. Now, the United Kingdom has sort of gone back and forth on what it is going to do in this situation, whether it's going to get involved or not, whether it wants to let the United States use its air bases or not, whether or not it's going to be actively involved in the strikes themselves. All questions being asked by people.
When the war started on Saturday, it became clear over the next 48 hours that Iran's response was going to be very much broader, wild and indiscriminate and rather reckless compared to what we saw in the 12-day war last summer. And so we also saw Iran, probably what we assessed to be a drone launched from Lebanon by an Iranian-aligned Shia militia group, at Cyprus. And so on Sunday and Monday we assessed our options and looked at what those risks were in response to that much broader action and reckless action by Iran. So far what we've seen...
I love how this guy just keeps saying reckless Iran, so reckless. What are you talking about? Israel and the United States just assassinated a foreign leader, a foreign head of state. And you're talking about Iran being reckless? The United States and Israel just murdered 150 children at a school. And Iran's the reckless one. Okay. Okay, Mr. RAF. You say so. Now, it's not just foreigners trying to leave Iran. Iranians, too, are... At least many are attempting to leave the country. Concerned this will become a protracted... long-term situation that, could cause them all sorts of problems all the way up to death.
People arrive at Iran's border with Armenia. Once past the checkpoint, they take buses or taxis as they seek safety in a neighboring country, away from daily airstrikes in Iran.
People are frightened. They are afraid of the sounds. It's really very scary.
There are lots of policemen, but it's not that dramatic. Like I took a bus to the border, almost to the border, and I wasn't investigated.
There is no unusual congestion at this crossing on the Iranian border with Turkey. Crossings are continuing in a controlled manner. The UN's Emergency Relief Coordinator is calling for civilians to be protected, saying hundreds of thousands of people have been displaced by the conflict.
We're not seeing huge movement across the borders at this stage, but we have a significant UNHCR team on the ground that's monitoring that very closely.
The German Chancellor says the Middle East war mustn't lead to the collapse of the Iranian state. Friedrich Merz is warning of the potential impact on migration to Europe from Iran.
That is one reason why we are pushing so hard for Iran to retain its sovereignty. We do not want to see a Syrian scenario here.
You don't? Well, maybe you should speak more strongly about it then there, Mertz, because right now we are literally heading towards another Syria. There couldn't be more parallels to Syria, right? Donald Trump is talking about funding the Kurds and basically encouraging a civil war and revolution, an overthrow of the current government. I don't know what could be more Syrian than that. We need a concerted effort to explain to Americans that Turkey is a U.S. ally. Can Americans even point to Turkey on a map? Like as a broad group, can like more than 50% of Americans point to Turkey on a map without any help? I don't know. I wonder. I worry.
A TikTok trend while missiles are being fired. Scroll.
Also, is it an ally? Also, P.S. Follow up. Is Turkey an ally of the United States? Because I genuinely question that at this moment, because of course nothing to do with what Turkey has done, but Donald Trump has basically all but pulled the United States out of NATO, which is basically the formal declaration of that supposed partnership.
A TikTok trend while missiles are being fired. Scroll and you might find this content.
I'm literally hearing missiles going off and loud bangs. Oh my god, it's a missile! What the fuck, man?
That was meters away from us. Look at this.
But also... Influencers in Dubai are praising their protector, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, on an AI-generated song of Stromae Papa Ute, the lyrics asking, "Dad, where are you?" So why are influencers sharing near-identical videos, and what makes this so interesting? First, in the UAE, you need an influencer license.
Scary, I know. Government places, I know.
Promoting products online for payment or gifts counts as commercial activity and requires a registration and government media approval. Under the 2021 UAE cybercrime law, it's illegal to spread, quote, false news, rumors, or misleading information. Penalties include imprisonment.
Right to jail, right away.
Yep. Yup. Influencers in Dubai. Being prevented from posting about what's actually happening in the United Arab Emirates. Shock of shocks. The United Arab Emirates would do something authoritarian. It's shocking to me. I lost my place. I don't know. I'm just gonna go to the next video. They're all blending together. God, I'm like, I'm so beaten down right now. So beaten down and tired. Like, all of these Iran videos are just like, oh God, they're just like melting together. My eyes. It's just one, they're all the same. It's all the same video. Ay, ay, ay. Now, the United States released more video of supposed strikes. What it says were targets on Iran's news media, journalists. It is a war crime. We published a war crime, which I found fascinating. I guess we don't need WikiLeaks anymore because now we just have the U.S. government to tell us when they do war crimes. Because regardless of what you think about Iran, journalists are still journalists, and there's still conventions, you know, like international laws against trying to murder them or prevent them from doing their jobs, like as in a military conflict. It's a crime.
Illegal.
Yep, there you go. Published war crime. Nice.
Let's cross live to Al Jazeera's Victoria Gatenby, who's here in Doha. We've been hearing about attacks underway right now in both Bahrain and the United Arab Emirates. Victoria, what do we know about what's happening?
That's right. In the last few minutes, we have had reports of interceptions both in the UAE airspace and Bahrain. The UAE Ministry of Defense says in a statement that its air defenses are now dealing with a missile threat. It warns people in in that country to remain in a safe place, and says the sounds heard in various parts of the country are the result of air defense systems intercepting ballistic missiles and fighter jets intercepting drones and other aerial vehicles. That comes off the back of a missile attack about 7 hours ago in Doha. That missile was intercepted. The threat level was raised for about half an hour. It's been lowered since that interception, and it has been quiet in Doha so far today, but clearly a great deal of concern about what's happening in the UAE and Bahrain at the moment.
Victoria, has there been any response from Gulf leaders to the statements that have been coming out from Iran's leadership today?
No statements off the back of Masoud Pezeshkian's statement earlier, in which he said that Iranian missiles and drones would no longer be targeting GCC countries. He apologized for those attacks over the past 8 days. We have had a statement from the foreign minister here in Doha. He's also the prime minister. He said, following a phone call with his Egyptian counterpart, that he stressed the need for an immediate halt to any escalatory actions, a return to the negotiating table, and efforts to contain the crisis in a way that preserves the security of the region. But he did not directly comment on the Iranian president's comments earlier today.
Al Jazeera's Victoria Gatenby reporting live from Doha. Victoria, many thanks indeed.
Thank you, Victoria. All right, let's go back to the office. Keep going through these videos. I'm trying to get us to current. This technological issue we had tonight is totally taking out the rest of the energy that I had, I feel like. So I need to get us up to the more current videos. I mean, not that these are that old, honestly. I've actually made a ton of progress tonight. Now that I'm looking at it. I've actually done okay. I've managed to get through a lot of this. I lost my place now. I was looking through all the videos. I lost my place. Let's just go to this, whatever this next video is. I don't know what it is.
Iran were doing very well.
Oh, this. Yeah.
Somebody said, how would you score it from 0 to 10? I said, I'd give it a 12 to a 15. Their army
give it a 12 to a
there
15.
just about.
I won't be constrained by your 0 to 10 system. I give it a 12 to a 15. This guy doesn't think he really doesn't think any rules apply to him. He is a fucking psychopath. Deranged idiot. 12 to 15. Great job, everybody. Even though 7 people are dead as a result of this. 7 Americans and hundreds and actually over 1,000 other people are now dead. It's actually great. 12 to 15. Well over 1,000 people are dead, and I give that a 12 to a 15. This guy's a fucking idiot. How do you become this fucking stupid? Wait, what just happened? I just got kicked out of my fucking list just now. Why would you do that to me? I don't understand. What did I do to deserve this?
By the way, in Iran, we're doing very well. Somebody
12 to a 15, okay. 7 days of war. Channel 4 News.
Israel announced more than 80 of its
fighter
fighter jets attacked what they called key Iranian military infrastructure across the Iranian capital and central Iran overnight, including Mehrabad Airport in Tehran. Israeli jets also intensified attacks on Lebanon, repeatedly bombing what it said were Hezbollah sites in the southern outskirts of Beirut. It also carried out a special forces operation in the Bekaa Valley to try to retrieve the body of a soldier. At least 40 people were killed in that raid. While Iran continued to fire missiles at Israel, but no damage or casualties were reported. And the IRGC, Iran's Revolutionary Guard, say they hit 3 Kurdish separatist positions in Iraqi Kurdistan early this morning. Despite the Iranian president's apologies, the IRGC says its drones struck the US Air Combat Center in Al Dhafra Air Base near Abu Dhabi this morning, and a drone crashed at Dubai Airport. While Kuwait, Qatar and Bahrain have all reported more incoming fire. Saudi Arabia too has reported its Sheba oil field has come under a series of attacks in the last 24 hours.
Israel and the US had promised a surge, a new phase in their attacks on Iran. Overnight, Tehran's international airport bearing the brunt. Israel today saying it had destroyed 16 planes belonging to Iran's Quds force, that the airport was a hub for arming and funding proxies in the region. And through today, fresh waves of attacks on Iran's capital, captured by its residents, uploaded despite restricted internet access. Israel's military said it had struck the Revolutionary Guard Corps' military university, along with missile production and storage sites. For some, it remains cause for celebration.
It's Saturday at 11:38. The dirty IRGC of Garchak district was hit. Congratulations to all Iranians.
Iran's state media posted images from the aftermath of a strike in Tehran. Iran says more than 1,300 civilians have been killed so far. One prominent rights group says the strikes have killed 310 civilians and more than 2,000 military and security forces members. Iran's president today blaming the deaths of senior commanders along with the supreme leader for more junior ranks attacking Gulf countries, issuing them a personal apology.
The decision we made in the Interim Leadership Council yesterday has been delivered to the armed forces. From now on, they should not attack neighbouring countries or fire missiles at them, unless we are attacked from those countries.
It's been a pretty wild time.
Pretty wild time, everybody say. Now, unfortunately, President Mahmoud, or was that his first name? I can't remember his first name. President Pezeshkian does not control the IRGC, and they did not either listen or hear him. He certainly didn't do what he is basically. I mean, he suggested that the Iran, the IRGC, should stop striking U.S. bases and other, countries in the region that are helping the United States. But that has unfortunately not come to fruition. That has not at all come to fruition. Now, back in the United States, of course, we supposedly have a balance of power. Checks and balances, I believe is what they're called. Congress, the courts, the judiciary, the legislative, and the executive. I wonder what the legislative branch has been up to.
I sent this clip in our Slack last night with some expletives. That gives you an indication of what we're about to watch.
Chuck Schumer is reportedly now trying to prep the Senate. Now, understand, if you're going to have more funding coming from the Senate, obviously also from the House, for, let's say, a supplement to fund all of the new bombs that we need to buy to drop on Iranians for their freeance and peance, you're going to need a veto-proof majority in the Senate to pass this. In the House, theoretically, there's still enough Republicans to pass it without any Democratic votes, although I'm sure there'll be a couple. In the Senate, Fetterman, it sounds like, is willing to vote for as many new weapons as possible, and this is based upon what was anticipated for the War Powers Act. All the Republicans will vote for it except for Rand Paul.
Maybe Mike Lee.
That dude. Forget that dude. He's not even pretending anymore. Are scheduled to vote against the War Powers resolution. But it gives you a little bit of a preview of money that is going to be given. Now, why would you, if you were voting to enforce the War Powers Act, that Congress needs to sign off on this, why would you then support more money for the war that you said is not is illicit because you haven't gotten congressional approval? Well, if you were really confused and had only one agenda and your name was Chuck Schumer, that's the answer to that question. Here he is talking about preventing a nuclear, what is that country that starts with an I? God.
Do you think Israel, forced the U.S.'s hand here, boxed the U.S. in on this?
Look, no one wants a nuclear war. No one wants a nuclear Israel, but we certainly don't want an endless war, plain and simple. What did I say? Oh, no. Got it. Let me say that again. No one wants an endless war, but we certainly don't want a nuclear Iran. That's for sure. Okay?
Okay. Now, you know what's interesting about, aside from the fact that he made a little Freudian slip there.
Yeah, there's only one country in the Middle East that has nukes, and that is Israel.
What's interesting is in the second formulation sounds a lot worse to me than the first formulation. Right? In the first formula.
This is ridiculous.
Come on. He's saying we don't want, and he meant to say
Oh, that's very frustrating. You just all missed my incredibly good Chuck Schumer impression. Oh, no. That's very frustrating. That's highly.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
That is not good. I was saying that is the complete opposite. I was saying it's the complete fucking opposite of that. Like the first one is like he's just an adamantly anti-war guy. He's like, look, we can have a lot of objectives, but we can all agree that we just don't want endless wars. It's like, great job, Chuck. That's a good point. Let's take one thing at a time. I think the endless war is probably the thing to solve first. And then he comes back and then he's like, hold on, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry, everybody. I said some things that were very silly. Some guy. I don't listen to the guy who was just talking, okay? Wars are fine. We can have endless wars. There's good reasons for them, okay? And sometimes you need one. Sometimes, it's unavoidable. Sometimes there's just an objective good enough for another quagmire in the Middle East.
With nuclear weapons. Now, of course, he's the guy who voted against the Iran nuke deal, which inhibited them from getting nuclear weapons.
Not gonna do it.
But let's just take him, he made a little mistake. He's getting older. I go through this myself, and I'm not quite as old as Chuck Schumer.
I'm staying in the race.
But in the second construction, we don't want a forever war, but that's a limiting principle on how much we don't want a forever war. But we don't want Iran to have nukes. So in other words, we don't want a forever war. However, it's okay to have one if it prevents Iran from having nukes.
Well, I mean, at least it's not just an argument right now on the basis of procedure, whether or not Trump has come to Congress to ask for authorization for this war. It has slightly more political salience when he's speaking about, what, another endless war, another forever war. That seems to be...
Yeah, at least he's being just out in the open about it. He's like, actually, forever wars are fine. I'm okay with that. I have no opinion about war. As long as Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon, as many Americans need to die as they need to achieve that goal is a righteous thing. And I can put my entire weight as the leader of the Democrats behind that plan. Sincerely, Chuck Schumer, Senator from New York.
Do you know what we're here for?
Walking Stick Library with a late night raid. Welcome. Welcome, Walking Stick Library viewers over on Twitch. Hope everything went well with your stream tonight. Alright, let's keep this moving here. Next clip. To another lefty stream. The Hassan broadcast. The Piker Broadcasting Service.
It is so nutty how much of a cult this is.
What do President Trump's supporters make of his war in Iran?
I have faith in him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have voted for him.
It's peace through strength.
You can either kick the can down the road or you can do
animals, castrated slaves, all of them.
it right now.
It's a key question, and it could impact what he does next and over the weeks ahead. And so to find out, I'm here in Corpus Christi, Texas. Last Friday, the president was here.
Please welcome the President of the United States.
He stood right here in this port.
How close are you to making a decision on strikes?
I'd rather not tell you. You would have had the greatest scoop in history, right?
That turned out to be quite the question, because what we didn't know then is that an hour earlier, on Air Force One, he had authorized the strikes on Iran.
I absolutely trust him to make those decisions as our commander-in-chief, because like I said, he knows all of the things that we don't know.
There is no questioning Ashley Penweller's.
You are so stupid! I hate this. It's literally, like you are...
You know what worries me about this woman right here is that she's certainly of age, like old enough to have children. I worry that she does in fact have children, and that she is passing on these very stupid thoughts to other human beings that are very much susceptible. Young age, like children are supposed to be sponges when they're young, and I'm concerned. I'm concerned that she's hurting the kids.
You're hurting the kids.
You're a moron.
Peasant. You are a peasant. Oh, he must be knowing things that I don't know. The very fact that you're saying that implies that there is something not to trust about the decision, which is what the question is to begin with. Do you trust this decision or not? Oh, well, I trust everything he does because he must know something I don't know. Oh, okay, so you are actually a little bit confused by why he's doing this, but you have to believe that he must be doing this dumbass thing that makes you even confused for a good reason. None of this ass logic is ever offered to presidents that they don't like. Of course, it's not my president. He's doing it to destroy the country. Joe Byron was doing it to destroy the country. We taught the chimpanzee median voters. We taught the chimpanzee how a median voter thinks and he killed himself. Doesn't work here. These are not median voters. Okay, these are hardliners. These are regime hardliners. The only way you can win people like this over, and there is a capacity to do that, is by just like offering them social safety nets. But even if you don't win them over, no one should give a 84% chat.
Passion for the president. She was here last week. But I wanted to know if this no wars president, the president who would put America first, had he prompted a wobble among his base?
This is the president of peace, the president who said he would stop wars, not start.
It's peace through strength.
Well, it's peace through war at the moment.
Well, let me tell you something. I am proud of my president because, like I said, I'm no military expert, but I want you to know that from what I saw was people screaming for help. They were trying to protest, and they were getting murdered for protesting. I'm proud that my...
Which is why...
Yes, and which is why she probably supports an Iranian invasion of the United States. You know, you got people here in the United States protesting, getting killed, getting murdered in the streets. Somebody please invade the United States. I'm sure she's thinking that every night. Like right after she gets done praying for an invasion of Iran, she keeps thinking, oh, won't someone please invade the United States? Save us from this murderous president killing all these innocent protesters. Oh, God. Oh, God, please, somebody, good Lord, please protect all the protesters here in America. Send the Chinese here to save us.
Have to have my China.
My president is now murdering them instead. We just changed like how they were getting murdered.
President tried to help free those people.
I guess the worry is that he doesn't have a plan for the day after.
I mean, they can worry that he doesn't have a plan, but he obviously does. He's our commander-in-chief.
For Joe Michael Perez, another mega MAGA fan, it's more about the threat he'd heard about from Iran.
America first, right? Yes, America first. I believe in that. But Iran, they've been saying that.
How are these people real? Where do they find these people? Like, where do they find this woman and this guy? How this cult is infected the minds of America. I wonder how many these people are like paid, right? Like, or like influencers or something. Like, it's not clear to me what is going on here. But why is this guy wearing a pair of Trump shoes? You know what I mean? Like, why does this guy exist? This
is a human man.
This is a human man wearing a pair of golden shoes around his neck. A pair of shoes, overpriced shoes that he bought from the president, who is bilking idiots like him out of their hard-earned money. I mean, honestly, I'm kind of guessing this guy's money isn't that hard-earned for whatever reason. But either way, it's wild to me. It's wild to me. This is a real thing. Oh, God.
They've been chanting death to America for a long time. And me as a patriot, I don't take that lightly. We'd rather get to them before they get to us first.
So much of this seems to rest not just on trust in Trump, but a total faith in him. This is Cody Gonzalez.
Whatever he says we got to do, we got to do. We don't have a choice.
But you do have a choice. I mean,
well, you have a choice, but you made the choice already, right?
Yeah.
You chose for him, right? Yeah. So you got to back up your chief. Choice, but you made.
Bro, look at his hat.
You gotta back up your chief.
And then listen to what's coming out of his mouth. Incredible. I will not
comply. Please, sir, tread on me more. Get the protesters. Get the Americans. Take my health care away. Please keep treading. Please keep treading, sir. I will not comply. I will comply. I'm kidding. I'll comply. You're great. I gotta follow my dear leader. Look, I know I say I will not comply, but if you're the right guy, I'll comply.
I never sucked any ding-dongs.
I love how these people hate the federal government, like, or claim to hate the federal government, and then the right guy gets in there, and then all of a sudden, get rid of the Second Amendment. We don't need it. Who needs the Constitution? It's very stupid. I I know for a long time I was saying that Jade Helm's coming and FEMA's gonna put you in a coffin, black coffin. They're hiding under the bunker with the Bilderbergs. But actually, the Bilderbergs are kind of great. The Epstein class is a necessary part of our society. And martial law is good.
Second Amendment?
Hello to you from Dubai. As the conflict here in the Middle East enters its second week, Israel and the US continue their heavy bombing of sites right across Iran. Donald Trump has indicated he's ready to intensify America's military action, saying Iran will be hit very hard this weekend. He's also renewed his criticism of Sir Keir Starmer for not allowing the US to use British military bases at the start of the war. Here's Joe Winwood.
Donald Trump warned that there would be a cost. Tonight, it came to Dover Air Force Base in Delaware. 6 coffins of the 6 Americans who have died in this war with Iran. Accompanied by the First Lady and Vice President, the President who said he would be a peacemaker. And tonight, Donald Trump deepened his diplomatic row with the British Prime Minister. Keir Starmer initially refused to cooperate with the strikes on Iran, even preventing the use of British bases. That position has shifted as the UK and its allies were dragged in. Today, the BBC learned that the aircraft carrier, the Prince of Wales, was being readied for a possible deployment, which met with a scathing response from the US President that Keir Starmer spent so much time trying to woo. The United Kingdom, our once great ally, maybe the greatest of them all, is finally giving serious thought to sending 2 aircraft carriers to the Middle East, wrote the President on social media. That's okay, Prime Minister, we don't need them any longer, but we will remember. We don't need people that join wars after we've already won.
Why do I keep muting myself? It's a fucking disaster. What I was saying is that actually, thank you, Keir. Not gonna forget. Okay, pal? We've already won. That's why we're still waging the war. Alright? Not gonna forget. You weren't there, you're a fair weather friend. Fair weather friend, not there when we needed you most. And even though we're actually still fighting the war, we've actually won it. Still fighting the one war, costing $1 billion a day. $1 billion a day to keep winning. The war that's already won. Great success.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Whoa.
So those are supposedly Hezbollah rocket launches over Haifa and Israel. That was yesterday. Next, Al Jazeera English.
Meanwhile, loud blasts were heard throughout
Iraq.
the day near the U.S. military base in Erbil. Anti-aircraft fires also been reported, and it comes just hours after a strike killed one person in nearby Nineveh at the headquarters of the Iran-linked Popular Mobilization Forces. Al Jazeera's Asad Beg is in Erbil with the latest.
Well, the situation remains extremely tense near Erbil International Airport, where we are standing just outside that airport. And I can tell you, the last few moments, we heard and saw the air defenses trying to engage something that was coming in. Now, we heard a series of explosions, but importantly, what we did see what looked like an impact and a fireball going up into the sky. And also in the last hour, we heard what sounded like a projectile, like a missile flying overhead, followed by a loud thud. Now, the Kurdish regional security say that they shot down early in the last few hours an unidentified drone near the airport. Now, the airport is particularly sensitive because it hosts Kurdish forces as well as a base used by the United States forces. Now, the Iraqi Popular Mobilization Force linked to Iran, that they say that they targeted a US base inside the airport. Now, there's been no official confirmation of that, but what I can tell you is earlier when we were driving around, we saw a considerable amount of smoke coming from that airport. And as I said, we've just seen in the last few moments the air defense is trying to shoot down something, whether it's a drone or missile, but also we did witness an impact. Now, elsewhere in the country that you've just mentioned, there's been airstrikes targeting the Popular Mobilization Forces linked to Iran in Mosul, and a source has told Al Jazeera one person was killed and 2 people injured, and that just highlights just how volatile the situation is here in northern Iraq and how this conflict is being played out on Iraqi territory.
Yeah, this conflict is continuing to escalate and to spread to further countries. And honestly, it does feel like this is just going to drag on longer and longer, considering the things that President Donald Trump has said about his intentions and about the desire for troops on the ground. And of course, another aircraft carrier strike group was sent, deployed to the Middle East. Why we need a third, I don't know. We already had a nearly unprecedented force sitting out there as it is.
Tonight, Iran's regime maintains its grip on power despite devastating losses. The attacks by U.S. and Israeli forces relentless and intensifying. This is Tehran. These huge flames over the city from an oil depot that took a hit. The war.
We don't need rouge presidents anymore, or either. Don't you mean orange presidents?
You are not funny.
Just making jokes.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Now entering its second week. Today, President Trump joined grieving families in Delaware as the remains of the first 6 service members killed in the conflict returned to the United States. Operation Epic Fury, as it's known, now involves some 50,000 U.S. military personnel. In Iran, more than 6,000 sites have been hit. The Islamic Republic has targeted at least 12 countries. CBS's Charlie D'Agata is in Tel Aviv tonight and
Jesus Christ, 6,000 sites now is insane. Oh, for fuck's sake. 6,000 sites. That is unbelievable. The numbers have to be higher than what they are, than what people have been saying they are on cost. People have been saying like $1 billion a day, that we're somewhere around like $7 billion, $8 billion right now. There's no way. It's got to be higher. It's got to be way higher than that. 6,000 strikes? Each one of these strikes costs like $1 million a pop, if not more.
this off. Charlie.
Good evening, Jericho. We're learning tonight that the U.S. military is preparing for a longer fight. More B-1 bombers to the region, as sources we spoke to say a third aircraft carrier strike group is primed to deploy from the U.S., adding to the two that are already in this region. Fresh airstrikes on Iran hitting the capital and an airfield in the central city of Isfahan. American missiles striking 3,000 targets in the past week, according to sources we spoke to at U.S. Central Command. President Trump has vowed to intensify and widen attacks and called for an unconditional surrender. In a post on his Truth Social site today, Trump called Iran the loser of the Middle East and said it will be hit very hard. He warned that areas and groups not targeted yet are under serious consideration for complete destruction and certain death because of Iran's bad behavior. Despite the relentless U.S. and Israeli air raid campaign, releasing this video said to show direct strikes on Iranian targets, there's little sign of the regime losing any of its grip on power.
Yeah, as we said, have said, throughout this conflict, the Iranians were prepared for this. You know, it wasn't all, while they had a supreme leader, a theocrat in charge, they did have a system of laws as well. And existing government structures.
I am on board just one of the 5 flights that are heading towards Doha now. These are operated by Qatar Airways, as many passengers who were stranded in Doha wanted to go to Europe, and some of them who were in Europe who wanted to come back. So only a few dozen passengers on this flight.
Okay, real quick, before we do this, sorry, I'm getting distracted, but I've been so distracted by everything else with the technical problems we had earlier today. I keep forgetting this and that. And I just want to remind everybody, if you're currently enjoying the stream, do consider following on Twitch and subscribing on YouTube. And consider contributing to the Galactic News Network in one of the many ways we have available to you. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs over on Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and, of course, Patreon. So many great ways for you to show your support. You pick your adventure.
Towards Doha now. These are operated by Qatar Airways, as many passengers who were stranded in Doha wanted to go to Europe, and some of them who were in Europe who wanted to come back. So only a few dozen passengers on this flight. But it just goes to show the disruptions that thousands of passengers have been facing, because 23,000 flights have been cancelled in the Middle East. Hundreds of millions of dollars of losses are estimated, and it is not just flights, it is freight, it is everything else to do with the air. Aviation industry has already been suffering due to the COVID pandemic, and it was on the way to recovery, but it appears that now this is going to have a knock-on effect for months and years to come. Aviation experts are saying it is not just the passengers who are facing this. Qatar Airways is the second largest freight carrier after FedEx, and all of the logistics, because of these closures, is going to have a knock-on impact.
Yeah. No kidding. As we saw before, air travel in the Middle East is greatly impacted. And of course, so is shipping, because the Strait of Hormuz is shut down. Shut those two things down in the Middle East, you'd start having problems. And of course, there have now been attacks seen on desalinization plants and oil infrastructure. Once those two things start having problems, the Middle East, shuts down. Like the whole Middle East. And then we have chaos. Complete, utter Chaos. Oopsie, I just clicked the wrong thing. My bad. I have these are, somehow they got out of order. I updated my software on the restart. I think that's what caused it. But it's fucking with me. Alright, where were we? Yes. Speaking of infrastructure, let's go here to Al Jazeera. Once again, this is from 20 hours ago now. Getting closer and closer to the current live streams and such that I have in the list.
Let's go to Mohammed Jamjoom now. He's here in Doha. And Mohammed, for Gulf countries watching that, as Israel expands its targeting of civilian infrastructure in Iran, must be raising concerns for Gulf countries worried that the US and Israeli attacks are going to drag their countries and their civilian infrastructure more into the crosshairs when Iran seeks retaliation.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Sammy. We've seen this concern raising over the last several days as more and more civilian targets, energy infrastructure targets have been hit by Iranian drones and missiles in these Gulf countries or by falling debris in other parts of those countries and cities within those countries. Now, let me tell you about something that's raising a lot of concern at this hour. The fact is that in Bahrain, the Interior Ministry has announced just around 30 or 40 minutes ago, they've said that there was an Iranian drone attack that caused material damage to a water desalination plant. That, of course, is going to be causing more concern as we're talking about worries over civilian infrastructure being targeted by Iran. And this comes a day after Iran had announced that the U.S. had bombed a freshwater desalination plant in southern Iran. So there's going to be worry about that particular incident. Beyond that, let me talk our viewers through several of the attacks that we've heard about from various Gulf countries over the overnight hours and in the last several hours. In Saudi Arabia, it was announced that there were 8 drones intercepted and destroyed. Also, there had been a drone attack targeting the diplomatic quarter. That is a part of Riyadh that houses embassies. Beyond that, you also had the air defense systems activated in the UAE and Bahrain. Also an attack in which 3 people were injured and there was damage to a university building due to falling debris from an interception. And
things just seem to be getting worse and worse here. I hate to sound like a pessimist, but it doesn't seem like they're headed in a better direction either. One can dream, I suppose.
Joining us from Tehran is Fouad Izadi. He's a professor at the University of Tehran's Faculty of World Studies. Good to have you with us. So, first of all, we could start with these strikes on Iran and the damage that it's done. We're hearing strikes on the oil storage, strikes on some oil refining facilities, strikes even on water desalination plants. Has the government failed? The air defense system basically failed here if now even critical infrastructure can be targeted so easily?
You can say that, and you can say that in Tehran we are hearing bombings, as you were talking. The country is under a serious attack, different cities. We have lost over 1,400 civilians, including the little girls in that school on the first day. So these are very tough situation, difficult situation. I think the reason for attacking the oil facilities a few hours ago was because the U.S. military forecasted that we will have rain today, and we are having rain today. And, they can forecast these things, especially a few hours before the rain. And I think they have done it purposely. They wanted to hit these oil facilities so they could create this huge smoke. And with rain, all this contaminated rain, it looks like black ink.
Is this likely to stir resentment against the Iranian authorities from the population?
Why would... What? What kind of question is that? I don't understand. These guys sound like CNN more and more day by day as this I've been saying it. I feel like Al Jazeera has been sort of changing their tone on a lot of stuff lately. But like, what in the fuck is he talking about? Why would the Iranian people be mad at Iran for the United States blowing up an oil depot? How was that Iran's fault? I don't understand. What kind of framing is that? Will anybody blame Iran for the things the United States is doing in Iran? That's a fascinating question. Yeah, U.S. and Israel blowing up oil depots in Iran right before rain was headed into the region, causing oil rain, a new kind of rain. Heard of acid rain? Well, enjoy oil rain, even more fun. Even more fun and cancer-causing.
Help! Help! I'm being Iran's Gulf neighbors report a new wave of strikes after the Iranian president apologized. Kuwait says it's fending off drone and missile attacks that set fire to a fuel storage facility as well as a high-rise government building. Bahrain's Interior Ministry says falling missile fragments wounded 3 people and damaged a university building. We're also getting reports of attacks in Saudi Arabia and the UAE, where a Pakistani national was killed by missile debris, according to Pakistan's embassy. We're following this story from all across the Middle East. Paula Hancock is live for us from Dubai. Paula, just a bit over 24 hours ago, Iran's president said Tehran would stop targeting Gulf nations, yet Iranian missiles and drones continue striking across the region. What are officials there saying about this escalating threat?
Well, Linda, we have been seeing here in the UAE for a couple of hours ago, there were emergency alerts and interception overhead. 3 hours ago in Abu Dhabi, a similar situation. And what we have seen on Saturday night was one more person being killed here in the UAE, someone who was in a car and was hit by debris from one of the interceptions. We did hear a number of interceptions on Saturday night in both cities. So certainly what we are seeing on the ground since that statement by the Iranian president does not mirror what he said at all. And now it could suggest that the president does not have control over those people who were firing the missiles and the drones, that the president does not speak for the IRGC. This is something we know to be a fact. He did say that was a decision from the 3-member leadership council, but clearly this message is not either trickling down or it is simply not a message that they endorse. We have heard other statements saying that US military targets across the Gulf region are still very much targets, but of course we're seeing across the Gulf it's far more than just military that is being targeted at this point. Now we did
That's right. The United States and Israel have been targeting all sorts of shit, not just the military. I know that she's trying to talk about Iran right now, but the United States and Israel have murdered over 1,000 people now, many of them civilians, at least over 100 of them children. How about that? Because the death toll from the United States dwarfs anything that Iran has done at this point. Just being factual. Just being factual. Sorry for the facts.
It's science.
Sorry for the facts. It's science. I know we're living in a world where people hate science and facts and numbers, and they'd rather be in their little feelings bubble.
I'm having a hard time.
One of the most dangerous moments in our history for at least 2 generations. That is the devastating conclusion of one of the preeminent experts on conflict, on war, which is my brilliant guest, Paul Rogers, who is Emeritus Professor of Peace Studies at Bradford University. Have I got that right? I just from memory. Have I got that correct?
Yes,
that's the title.
Correct.
Yes. Paul Rogers, someone I always embarrass him by noting, had a big influence on me from my period as a school, literally as a schoolboy, when I studied his work on conflict, and it always had a huge impact on me in terms of what he wrote subsequently on of course, Iraq, the so-called war on terror. We spoke obviously extensively on Israel's genocide in Gaza. And people are always very, very appreciative of everything you have to say. So it's a real honor for you to join us again.
Thank you. Thank you.
So before we came on air, or we started recording, you told me, it was quite striking what you said in terms of just how dangerous this moment is. Can you just explain why is it so dangerous?
I think the main reason is you've got to look at what has happened so far. There was clearly a sort of a plan A, both by the Israelis and by the Americans, and that was regime termination. So you actually start the war by assassinating the leader and as many of the senior people as he can. And that was done in a very violent but brilliant operation, if you can use that term, really in the first hour or two of this conflict. Now, the expectation was that essentially the leadership, the system of Iran would just fall apart, and that there'll be some sort of chaotic situation, regime change, and the probability of a regime which might be sufficiently acceptable to enable the United States and especially Israel to be completely confident that they were in control, and that even more important, Iran's nuclear capabilities would be ended more or less for certain. Now, that has not happened. Plan A did not work, and there's very little sign of it going to work now. The regime seems fairly well established. It does look like there's going to be a new head, Ayatollah, probably the son of the late Ayatollah, who, although he is not that well known, has pretty good contacts within senior circles across Iran. And the end result of that is you have to turn to Plan B. And the real problem here is that, as far as we can tell, the United States, the Trump administration, did not really have a Plan B, at least not at the political level. I've no doubt that the senior military in the Trump administration had a lot of different plans. They thought it through. But as far as the politicians are concerned, they had not. And of course, Trump himself is so unpredictable that it's difficult to tell what that means for the start. At the same time, the Israelis really did think it through and really had a second Plan B, if you like. Plan B, as far as we know, seemed to have two components. One was you had to do some way of sort of dismantling the regime and forcing it to give in. That probably meant trying to help the groups that are in Iran, like the Kurds and like the Baluchis, who are already opposed to the regime, helping them by basically providing all sorts of support for them to do it. But much more important than that was actually what would actually happen to Iran itself. And this is where we came to the whole issue of what is Israel's normal war doctrine. How would it fight a conflict like this? Take a couple of minutes to go into it, but I think it really would be good. And it's known as the Tahrir doctrine. Now, to go back, you had to go back to particularly the war in Lebanon, back I think it was 2006. And essentially at that time, the Israelis had gone into southern Lebanon to try and get rid of a lot of the rocket launchers. And they also went in for a major series of air raids. So it's a combination of air power and troops on the ground. The troops on the ground took casualties, quite serious casualties. And what happened was that the air power was directed then more at trying to destroy the headquarters of Hezbollah, its real strength, which was in the district of Tahrir, which is basically really a suburb of Beirut to the south of the city center. And they did that. It didn't really work. And eventually the war came to an end and the Israelis more or less withdrew. They thought very seriously about that and came to the conclusion that essentially the people in some of the think tanks were saying, well, next time we face a conflict like that, we've actually got to do it in a different way. We have to accept that you have to go for the civilian population. In other words, you make life so difficult for the supporters of whoever is leading the whole place to actually be prepared for the leaders really to more or less give in. And that could be on a very large scale. Now, that was not employed really then at that time. But of course, when you had all the conflicts between the Israelis and successive groups in Gaza, and what was it, 4 wars, 2008-9, 2012, 2014 and 2021. 2014, I think it was one where the Israelis were trying to get rid of some of the launch systems, and that meant going underground. And they found that extremely difficult in Gaza. And as a result, they took heavy casualties. The elite Golani Brigade in particular was really quite badly affected by this. Not large numbers, but significant numbers.
Yeah. And how has Israel dealt with all of this? It's just been to carpet bomb everything. It's easier. Less casualties for Israel. They face resistance, just you know, and well, they're completely, you know, they keep funneling money and weapons to them. The United States is still the #1 supplier of Israel's Middle East adventurisms. All right, let's go here. The majority port.
That's on YouTube.
Let's go to the idea of that Chuck Schumer is so concerned about a nuclear-armed Iran. Now, we have had report after report after report after report after report. I mean, I'm being literal now, from the CIA, that Iran is not near, and in many instances, not pursuing the building of a nuclear weapon. And we've had counter report from Israelis, counter report from people who want to go to war. We heard from the foreign minister of Oman that the Iranians had agreed to no stockpile of uranium-enriched material, which meant that it was impossible for them to build a bomb under those auspices. And the next thing we heard from the White House and the Israelis is we need to bomb them then, in that instance. Here is a report from David Rode on MS Now. Witkoff apparently was on Hannity last night saying that the Iranians had enough enriched uranium material to build 11 nuclear bombs. And it turns out, this is going to be shocking, that was a lie.
A what now?
I had the same questions about no real explanation about why this had to happen now as you. He brought up something that we've actually done some reporting on. It's basically claims that Iran was actively pursuing a nuclear weapon, and this is something Steve Witkoff talked about in a Fox News interview a couple nights ago, and we contacted people with knowledge of the negotiations. Witkoff claimed that the Iranians bragged that they had enough enriched uranium for 11 nuclear bombs. It was a Sean Hannity interview. People who were present during the negotiations said that never happened, that the Iranians never made that statement. And in fact, they said we have enriched uranium because we started enriching uranium again after President Trump pulled out of the nuclear deal President Obama negotiated. So it's a continuation of the administration struggling to explain why they had to do this now. And in terms of the objectives, you know, I was struck like you. It's just very unusual. We talked about exquisite, you know, standoff munitions. At one point, he compared it to a football game. And at the end, he was sort of talking about, you know, pushing the throttle up. Waging war is one of the most serious things the American government can do. 6 Americans have lost their lives already. And so he seems enamored with the ability of air power alone and these bombs to break the will of Iranian forces. And maybe they will. And this is a terrible regime, and maybe they will be toppled. But I'm still concerned about the strategy the administration has here, and I still think that the objective is unclear.
We're going to have a guest tomorrow, Professor Robert Pape, on, who's going to talk about how it's a complete lie when you look at the historical examinations of using air power to try to topple regimes, that there's
Yeah, I mean, I find it hilarious. I mean, at this point, that anybody's even talking about the objective at this point. Like, really? Like, is it not clear? Trump just wants to be able to dictate to everyone and anyone. And Israel has its own goals too, of course, but I mean, come on. Like, we get it already. Like, he just wants to dictate. It doesn't. There's no clear goal. We should all understand this at this point. There is no clear goal, because there is no goal. It's just there's like no coherent goal. It's just Donald Trump trying to dictate, saying that he wants to pick Iran's next supreme leader. He doesn't even care. Like he's just deranged, petulant child.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
All right, let's see what's next on my list. All right, let's go here. Starting to get caught up on things. This is from 16 hours ago. Al Jazeera English. Israeli military warns that it will pursue every successor of Iran's supreme leader Khamenei. I mean, Israel clearly wants a forever war. With statements like that, they'll murder any new supreme leader chosen by Iran's government. It's insane. And honestly, with Donald Trump saying things like he wants to pick the next supreme leader of Iran, that would seem to mean that this will literally be a forever war. We are already in a quagmire.
The Israeli military has warned it will target anyone who places Iran's assassinated supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. In a message posted on social media, the Israeli army said it would target any successor and anyone responsible for the appointment. The warning comes as Iran's clerical body is set to meet to decide who will succeed Khamenei. He was killed in a US-Israeli airstrike just over a week ago. The Israelis quick to react to these reports that there is a successor in place for the supreme leader, warning that they will kill whoever is chosen for a second time. Talk us through exactly what we've heard from the Israelis.
Well, Malin, they're not only threatening.
It's just fucking insane. We're gonna kill anybody, any new people. Like, we cannot allow this to continue on. It's completely fucked. This is gonna cost trillions of dollars. If this goes on any longer, it's just gonna go on for years.
Here we are in the western areas.
If we don't shut this shit down immediately, we are going to regret it.
Here we are in the western areas of Tehran, in Shahran neighborhood, where one of the depots targeted by a campaign of American and Israeli strikes can be seen behind me. And as you can see, thick smoke is drifting through the air, and of course this is one of the oil facilities of the country that has been targeted. Several fuel depots in southeast and western parts as well as eastern parts of the capital were hit, sending flames and heavy toxic smoke high into the sky. That smoke has now spread across almost the entire capital, and from different points, specifically from the skylines, Tehran can be barely visible through the dense blanket of pollution. And for people here, this is yet another crisis piled on top of many others. Over the past days, the city has already come under
repeated airstrikes with attacks not only targeting military headquarters, police stations and the state buildings, but also severely impacting many residential areas. Now, on top of these strikes themselves, residents are dealing with a growing public health concern. The toxic smoke from the burning fuel depots has engulfed the capital and is drifting towards neighboring cities, raising serious fear and concerns about air quality. Iran's Environment Department has asked citizens to avoid outdoor activities as much as possible.
It's not just going to give people's air, it's going to get in the water supply. It's going to cover absolutely everything. It's poison. It's a literal fucking poison. Alright, next video. Next video. Another Al Jazeera English video. It looks like this one's from 14 hours ago. Donald Trump threatens to expand attacks in Iran, simultaneously claiming Tehran's military capability completely wiped out.
What you talking about?
Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says his country will not surrender despite demands from President Donald Trump. Speaking to U.S. media, Araghchi said Iran will keep fighting.
This is what he asked previous time, last year in June, that when Israel started to attack us, President Trump used the same phrase, unconditional surrender. That was the tweet he made. And that didn't happen. We resisted, and after 12 days, Israelis asked for unconditional ceasefire. So we never give up, we never surrender, and we continue to resist as long as it takes. We continue to defend ourselves, and we are defending our territory, our people, and our dignity.
I'm exhausted. I'm so exhausted from all of this. Oh my god. I mean, it's not just that. I mean, I'm also physically exhausted. I've been like working out since spring is coming. I mean, honestly, I've been working out all year, but I've been working out even more lately, hitting the gym, trying to get myself back into fighting shape over here. Oh. That's right, I've been trying to use your donations responsibly, and I've used a small amount of it to get myself healthy, and I'm spending like $20 a month on a gym membership. I am using it though, so that's good. But I am physically exhausted today. Also, I did not get enough sleep. Like, I woke up and I just stayed away. I didn't take a nap like I should have. I woke up at like, I don't know. I've been up for like 24 hours, I think. I woke up at like 3 a.m. on Sunday. I've been burning the candle on all ends. In fact, I think at this point it feels like I inserted another wick into a normal candle. I'm burning it from 4 ends now. It's unprecedented.
Now we can welcome Nabil Hashlawi, the French ambassador to Oman, to the program. So, Ambassador, as we just heard there, some of the remarks from the Iranian president trying to say that he still sees the Gulf nations as brothers. Meanwhile, Iran is continuing to still strike the Gulf states. So, what's the current security situation in Oman?
I would speak about the situation here in the Sultanate of Oman, and the situation here is rather quiet, and we don't feel really the pressure of the strikes that we see in neighboring countries, and there were very few hits last week, earlier this week, and it was very far from Muscat, the capital, and very, very small damage was reported. So let's say that Muscat and the Sultanate of Oman are definitely safe currently if you compare them to other countries.
Now, Ambassador, a lot of people are being evacuated from the region. One of the areas they've been heading to is Oman. The airspace is still open there. So for those that have been stuck and are coming there, how are the authorities coping with the influx of people? Are they getting overwhelmed?
The Omani authorities made very clear from the beginning that they are going to facilitate all the transit of these communities. And I was received earlier this week by the Minister of Foreign Affairs in his office, and he made sure that Oman will provide all the needed assistance to make this transit here and the organization of the flights from the airport of Muscat as smooth as possible. And this is indeed what is happening. So we cannot say that the Sultanate is overwhelmed by the influx of expats and.
Okay. Suffice to say, chaos in the Gulf countries right now as a result of this conflict started by the United States and Israel. Apparently, a strike that happened earlier on Sunday. I think this was technically Monday morning in Saudi Arabia, but a strike killed 2 and wounded at least 12 after a projectile hit a building in the country.
Gulf region, which hosts several U.S. military assets, have entered a second week. A government building in Kuwait City could be seen smoldering on Sunday after catching fire the previous night from a drone strike. Fuel tanks at Kuwait's international airport were also targeted by drones. And Saudi Arabia says 2 people have been killed when a projectile fell on a residential area in the country. Officials say it happened in the central governorate of Al-Kharj, southeast of the capital, Riyadh. Saudi Civil Defense says a military munition fell on the housing quarters belonging to a maintenance and cleaning company. 12 other people have been injured. Let's bring in Laura Khan, who's monitoring the situation across the region from here in Doha. Laura, despite Iran saying that it would stop attacks on the Gulf region, they are continuing. Bring us up to speed with what's been happening.
Yeah, I mean, we had the rhetoric from Iran, from the president, Masoud Pezeshkian, essentially saying, apologizing, first of all, to the Gulf countries for sending over these missiles from the countries and that they will stop, that they're only essentially aiming towards U.S. assets in the region. But, of course, evidence has been to the contrary. And now we have, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the latest people being killed, essentially, from these strikes. So this happened in the Al-Kharj governorate.
Yep, this conflict is continuing to devolve into chaos. Could end it at any time, but Donald Trump seems determined to... And Benjamin Netanyahu, both Donald Trump and the United States and Israel, seemingly. These our governments determined to drag this conflict further into quagmire, further into utter chaos. in this region. Doesn't seem like a good plan. Nothing like this has ever gone well for the United States. And we need to stop pretending like it has. These fucking regime change quagmires never go well. We just wind up looking like a bunch of dicks. We wind up spending a fuck ton of money. And we achieve nothing. Yay.
I mean, let's just go through the people who are defending this action. Some of them can't even explain what it is. Mark Wayne Mullen is the guy who got the short straw, I think, in the Senate. And they're like, you got to do this, dude. And he's like, really? Okay. So wait, can somebody just give me some talking points? No.
Get out there.
Get out there. You can do this.
Try not to say anything.
Yeah.
You'll concede this is war. You'll concede this is war.
We haven't declared war. They declared war on us, but we haven't.
War. Secretary Hicks said
we haven't declared.
Just now, you said this is war.
They've called it war.
They've called it war. What I was saying. Okay, well that was a misspoke. What I was saying that they declared war on us, but war is ugly. It always has been ugly. But we're taking out.
I don't want reality.
I don't want reality, he says.
Give me a joke.
Mark Wayne Mullen. This guy is such a joke. He's like a walking meme. He's a gaff factory. He's always saying very strange things.
Regime has
that
been trying to attack us for
Wayne.
quite some time.
But you're not. You'll concede.
So he doesn't want to say it's a war.
It's a war. It's not a
Apparently
war.
when he came up, there's a longer.
It's a war. It's not a
There's a
war.
longer one where he walks out and he goes, "Look, this is war."
Yes.
And then they go, "So I'll find that."
Yeah, this is war. And they
go,
say, oh, so you concede this is war. No.
No. That was a
They're
misspell.
doing war. We're not doing war.
They're doing war by being bombed by us.
Exactly. The classic, they say it's war, but only because we bombed them.
And killed their leader and are bombing the capital of their country and the biggest city in the country.
They didn't bomb us, so we're not at war. You understand the way that works, right?
Yeah.
You're only at war if you're getting bombed.
And never mind those soldiers dying.
I do love this new.
Well, that was friendly fire, so that could have happened anywhere. That could have happened over North Carolina.
Well,
if we had,
the friendly fire
foreign
one.
fighter shooting us down.
Yeah. The friendly fire one. Those people survived, I believe, but no, it was the bombs in Kuwait, I guess, the 6 that were killed.
But that wasn't in America, so
Right, and the new rules of engagement in the Trump 2.0 world is if Washington, D.C. were to be repeatedly bombed and a school of over 100 girls were to be bombed by the Iranians and Trump and Melania were to be killed by the Iranians, plus a bunch of other cabinet officials.
Be best.
It's not a war.
Well, it would be for us if we struck back.
That's true. We would, if we start, then.
But nobody's waging war on us.
Exactly. Our response would be us being just absolutely bloodthirsty, horrible people, and responding in that way would be warmongering.
This is complicated. So let's go to someone who we can appreciate a little more, the one Democrat who seems to be in favor of this, at least vocally, and he will explain this to you. Here is... what's that?
Couldn't find a longer one.
Okay, here is Fetterman. We only have a brief clip of this. He is speaking after the intelligence briefing on the U.S.
Okay, I can't do it. I can't do the Fetterman right now. He's just too broken. He's just too broken. I can't sit here and rag on a man with a fucking actual mental disability. I mean, he shouldn't be a senator. There should be a law against somebody with as little mental capacity as John Fetterman from being a senator. I don't even know if he knows where he is half the time. I just can't do it. I mean, he's a goddamn stroke victim. It's like living on another planet. Honestly, I don't know how this guy... I don't know how there isn't some sort of provision for this in the Constitution. They didn't foresee this possibility. Someone has a stroke and loses their fucking mind.
I'm taking crazy pills.
That guy should not be in office anymore.
غروب ساعت 8 بار اولم
This is
بردم خالی
AP
کردم برگشتم که برای بار دوم
footage.
بارگیری کنم که متوجه شدم پالایشگاه ری رو
Hold on.
زدم.
Hold on, sorry. This is AP footage from 13 hours ago showing the aftermath of Israeli strikes on an oil storage facility in Tehran. Take 2. Around 8 p.m. at sunset, I brought my first load and unloaded it. I went back to load up for a second time when I realized that they had hit the refinery. At that point, I became sure that they would hit this depot as well. I drove up here and turned the truck around on the street so it wouldn't be away from danger. But then when they fired the first missile, 2 more got struck right after it. First one right over here. Then the gasoline started flowing towards the residential areas. All the vehicles, the guys, caught on fire. Ended up burning. Oh, that's fucking horrifying. Oh, by the way, everybody, you know, we talk about climate change around here quite a lot. You know what's not good for the environment? I don't know, literally just blasting a bunch of oil. You know? Like, this is just the fastest way to burn a fuck ton of oil all at once and have it do absolutely nothing. So you get all the downsides, all the greenhouse gases, and none of the benefits to society. Nothing happened. Nothing is no. Ugh. God damn it.
Ridiculous.
All right, I'll be right back.
Tehran has carried out more attacks on Gulf states, despite an apology by the president to Iran's neighbours. Civilian targets have been hit, including airports and vital infrastructure. Who's in control in Iran, and how will Gulf states react as the attacks continue? This is Inside Story. Hello again, I'm James Bays. More than a week after Israel and the US attacked Iran, the crisis they've ignited is worsening. While Iran has suffered the most casualties, it's retaliated by attacking neighbouring Gulf states and says it's targeting US military assets. Havens of stability in the region, these countries are vital global hubs for energy, business and aviation. All have been severely disrupted, with the impact felt across the world. From Iran, mixed messages add to the chaos. Apologies from the president for the attacks, yet they have continued. Questions now about who's actually in control in Iran. Unpredictability, too, from US President Donald Trump about his plans, strategy and aims in bombing Iran. So what does all this mean for long-standing US alliances in the Gulf? And what now for Iran's relations with the Gulf states? We'll speak to our panel of guests in a moment, but first this report from Imran Ullah Khan.
Tehran seems to be sending out mixed messages about how it will proceed in an escalating regional war. Since the US and Israel launched attacks on Iran at the end of last month, Tehran has been retaliating against countries in the Gulf that host US military assets. But as well as bases, the attacks have hit hotels, airports, embassies, and more in Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia, causing anger amongst Gulf leaders. On Saturday, President Masoud Pezeshkian apologized for the strikes and said they would stop.
We do not intend to conduct an assault on neighbouring countries, but like I've said before, they are our brothers. We have to be hand in hand with our brothers in peace, and the Interim Leadership Council approved a decision yesterday. That decision was relayed to our forces that they should no longer attack neighbouring countries unless there is an attack on Iran staged from their soil.
But shortly after the message aired, more Iranian strikes hit Gulf countries. Then Iran's armed forces weighed in, saying they respect the interests and national sovereignty of neighboring countries. But they also said U.S. assets would remain primary targets if attacks on Iran continued. Pezeshkian spoke again, saying his words earlier were misinterpreted.
The enemy has a distorted understanding of my words. They want us and our neighboring countries to be at war and are seeking to create discord between us and other nations. If they attempt to invade our territory from any country, we will be compelled to respond to that aggression. However, this response does not imply that we have a conflict or disagreement with that country.
Okay, then. Fascinating. But as we said before, the president really doesn't have control of the IRGC. So that's part of the problem here for President Pezeshkian. He can say one thing, but it doesn't mean that the IRGC is going to immediately do it. Now, let's go here to Owen Jones from 11 hours ago, talk about the possibility of a ground war in the near future.
As toxic black rain falls on Tehran and medical facilities, water desalination plants and medical facilities burn, Donald Trump is seriously considering sending American troops to invade Iran, having catastrophically failed in a war he thought would be over in days. We're going to talk about this latest stage in a war which will prove to be a disaster of historic proportions for the United States. We'll discuss the grotesque lies Trump has been disseminating, as well as the crimes being committed by the aggressors, how Trump has admitted what he really wants in Iran, how leaked US intelligence reports have destroyed whatever strategy the Trump administration had, how the Israeli intelligence services helped coach a Republican senator to convince Trump to go to war with Iran, among other things. Let's just start with the threat of US troops going to Iran. Now, first of all, NBC have a story headlined, Trump has privately shown serious interest in US ground troops in Iran. It says, this report, he's discussed deploying ground troops with his aides and Republican officials, which is part of a strategy of establishing a new Iranian regime which will cooperate on oil production similar to how the US and Venezuela are. Just so we're clear, this is absurd, Orwellian euphemistic language. The colonial setup which the US has established with Venezuela is where a gun is de facto placed to the head of the government, to the regime as a whole, whatever you want to call it, with a deal that if the government does as it is told, then the US will not shoot.
Aren't I a good guy?
At gunpoint.
Yep, the United States is doing diplomacy at gunpoint. And it's bad for world peace and stability. It's bad for America, since it's costing us billions of dollars a day to do all this shit. Meanwhile, the country receiving the most military aid from the United States. Actually, we might not be giving the Ukraine might actually be getting more on a yearly basis right now. Either way, one of the countries receiving the most military aid from the United States, at least top two, Israel, has launched new wide-scale strikes on Iran as of
Israeli
10
forces
hours ago.
stepped up airstrikes around Tehran and the nearby city of Karaj, striking fuel depots, which Israel claims Iran is using to operate military bases and produce weapons, spewing thick black clouds of smoke over the capital. Iran says more than 1,300 people have been killed over the last week. Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, the UAE and Bahrain have reported Iranian drones have continued to hit their territories in the last 24 hours. At least 14 people have been killed in the Gulf. Bahrain says one of its desalination plants was hit, a vital part of its infrastructure, but water supplies have not been disrupted. This may be in response to an attack yesterday on an Iranian freshwater desalination plant on Qeshm Island, which Iran said had come from a Gulf state and had promised there would be consequences. Israel has hit a hotel in central Beirut, reportedly killing 4 commanders of the Quds Force, a branch of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. And Israel says 2 of its soldiers have died in southern Lebanon. while 6 people have been wounded in Tel Aviv after a cluster bomb was launched from Iran. With the latest, here's our chief correspondent, Alex Thompson.
Tehran overnight.
I know some of you are thinking, I'm sure, well, cluster munitions, isn't that a war crime? It would be. It would be a war crime if Israel was a signatory to the statute that banned munitions like cluster bombs or, I don't know, using white phosphorus, for instance.
Storage depots around the city, the focus of American and Israeli air assault. They destroyed it. They destroyed it, he says. This is Sharon in northwestern Tehran. A blast wave shoots fireballs along a street. Run for it, he yells. President Trump keeps giving different reasons for attacking Iran, but this is a front seat view of the war he started. Having destroyed Iranian air defenses, he and Israel can and are methodically working their way through a target list of dismantling a state. Iran's regime continuing to make the massive mistake of banning international media, including this program, which means the picture you're getting is minimal. So, from dawn, the smog of war. We contacted one resident still in the city. For her safety, this is not her voice.
The situation in Tehran is extremely dire. The air has become heavily polluted. This morning, my friend went to the city center for work and said that when it rained, our faces felt oily and everything turned black. The sky over the city was completely dark in the morning. Many people are trying to leave the city because they're constantly bombing. It's so terrible.
Tehran, not the only city hit by any means.
Khorramabad. It's March the 8th, 5:30 p.m. Oh God, they have attacked everywhere. Everywhere.
Iran's foreign ministry said the attacks on oil depots were a crime against humanity.
Okay. Honestly, this all just needs to come to a fucking end. It's already gone on too long. 1 week is much too long. And this is, honestly, the scale of all this in comparison to the 12-day war, as we called it. Honestly, it makes the 12-day war look like fucking child's play. The number of strikes, number of countries now involved in this right now, it's just, they're basically almost not comparable at this point. And yeah, we saw casualties. We saw Iran and Israel lobbing bombs and missiles at one another. But this, no. This already dwarfs that by some margin I can't necessarily quantify right now. By the way, everyone, we have been going for, Jesus, how long now? How long have we been going? Like, when did we start? 7? Been going for almost 9 hours. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube, bell icon, like button, really helps us out. And if you do enjoy the content that you're watching, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network in one of the many ways we have available to you. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, jewels, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs over on Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Patreon, and Throne. Alright, people, back to this horrifying stuff. What's next? What's next? Ah, yes. Let's go to this, I suppose. Al Jazeera English from 10 hours ago. U.S. soldier dies from wounds sustained in Iranian attack on U.S. base in Saudi Arabia. How many American soldiers need to die for Donald Trump to end this? Is there a number that you think would actually like cause him to be upset? Or do you think that he, as I do, that he views those soldiers as being completely expendable pawns for him to use for whatever reason he deems fit? I think he thinks they're pawns. I don't think there is a number.
Breaking news, and the U.S. Military Central Command has confirmed that a 7th U.S. service member has been killed in action during operations against Iran. Let's cross to Washington, D.C. Heidi Jo Castro standing by for us there. So, Heidi, what more do we know about this latest development?
Well, according to U.S. Central Command, this 7th U.S. service person was injured initially on March 1st. That was the day after the U.S. launched its airstrikes against Iran. And the service person was wounded in the strikes in Saudi Arabia targeting U.S. troops. Now, reporting at the time showed that that was when Iranian missiles and drones targeted the Prince Sultan Air Base, and what appears to be a communications building was destroyed in that attack. This is just emphasizing that although the number of U.S. fatalities from military members is at 7 now with this latest update, there are still about a dozen who were seriously injured in these retaliatory strikes that Iran has waged. And just yesterday, President Donald Trump received the bodies of the first 6 who were killed in Kuwait, also on March 1st. And so as this conflict ramps up, we are seeing the increase of U.S. casualties. This is something that the U.S. public has been very adamant that they do not want to see, and potentially quite damaging to Trump as he continues to wage this war against Iran.
Not damaging to his psyche, though. I'm sure he's sleeping perfectly fine. Damaging perhaps to his poll numbers, though. Oh, shit. Whoopsies, sorry. I wonder how many U.S. soldiers dying it would take for Trump's supporters to abandon him. There's got to be an actual number to that, right? Asking for a friend. 7th U.S. service member dies in Iran war after sustaining injuries in an attack. A U.S. service member has died from injuries sustained in an Iranian strike on troops in Saudi Arabia, U.S. Central Command said, bringing the death toll among American troops in the U.S. war in Iran to 7. The service member was seriously injured in a strike on March 1st in Saudi Arabia, the same day the military first reported an Iranian drone strike killed 6 members of the Army Reserve at a command center in Kuwait. The service member was not immediately identified pending notification of next of kin, U.S. Central Command said in a statement posted on social media. Okay, thank you, Forbes. Well, 7 that we know of U.S. soldiers now dead as a result of the war of choice taken by the United States and Israel in this joint action against the entire Middle East. I mean, whether or not it's directed at Iran, the entire Middle East is being affected by it, I know that much. Oh, God. Just got a foot cramp over here. Okay. Jesus. I need electrolytes. Does anybody have some Brondo? Thirst mutilator? It's what plants crave. Alright, let's go here now to this next big story of the evening. We are making crazy progress tonight, by the way, everybody. Great job for sticking it out through all of it. All of this stream tonight. Whoopsies, wrong one. I'm giving you a preemptive round of applause. We're not done. We're not even to the penultimate story yet. But considering we had to end the stream and then restart it, that you all came back after the fact with all the technical issues that we had going on here. Shows great stalwart stoic efforts on your part. I'm wrong, says Selena Girl. I have no idea what that means. I'm gonna need you to be way more fucking specific than that. Don't tell me I'm wrong without at least telling me what I'm wrong about. For the love of God. How do you expect me to respond to that kind of shit? There's like 200 people watching the stream right now. Actually, more than that. It's like 200 across platforms, across the 3 streams that we have going on, right? We have like 200. I'm going to need you to be more specific because I don't know what you're telling me at all, Selena. Gonna need some more specificity from you.
Iran naming its new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei. He's the son of the late supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. I want to bring in CNN's Jeremy Diamond, who is standing by in Tel Aviv as we get this breaking news. Jeremy, what are you hearing from your sources?
Yeah, Jessica, this is just in from...
I'm with Selena? At 2, Sasha? At 2. Really? That's also not how you spell this Selena's name. This is Selena, S-A-L-I-N-A. Selena Girl with 3 R's, 69. Over on the vertical stream saying this. I can't believe you would do this. Abandon me in this moment. You don't even know what Selena is accusing me of being wrong about. How could you possibly be on her side? How rude. Incredibly rude.
Iran's Assembly of Experts. This is the body of senior Iranian clerics responsible for electing the next supreme leader, and they have now chosen, just over a week after the assassination of the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, they have chosen his son, Mojtaba Khamenei, as his successor. He is a 56-year-old who is known for having close ties to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, and he will, in large part, his selection here will in large part be viewed as a continuation of his father's rule, and quite a hardline kind of stance for this Iranian body of experts to be choosing as the next supreme leader of Iran. The 2 other candidates who had been in the running to potentially be named as the next supreme leader were viewed as the more moderate candidates, and so clearly these senior Iranian clerics choosing to kind of continue the legacy of the Ayatollah Khamenei, who ruled for decades in Iran, by choosing another Khamenei, Mojtaba Khamenei. Interestingly, he was also apparently among the individuals who were targeted in those opening Israeli strikes last Saturday, which saw the killing of the former supreme leader as well as dozens of...
I'm trying to do them. I think he was leader of Iran for almost 37 years, since 1989. Super long fucking time.
Senior Iranian officials. Mojtaba Khamenei was wounded in that.
Now, everything that I hear about Mojtaba Khamenei, his son, is that he's more conservative, more hardline than his father, more anti-America, anti-Israel, and really, if anything, you've gotten yourself a more what's the word? Not contradictory, more like oppositional leader after assassinating the first one. Great job, America.
Strike, according to reports. His wife was also killed in that very same strike. So now we see the direction that Iran is heading in the wake of the assassination of the longtime supreme leader. It's also important to note that this is someone who President Trump has said would be unacceptable to him in terms of...
Unacceptable. I pick who rules Iran, and it's not that guy. I don't like that guy, so he can't be in charge. As the leader of the United States World Police, you can't be in charge. This is the world we're living in, right? Like a full-on like
All right, and we want to
planetary
bring you some breaking
dictatorship.
news now. We have word.
At least that's what Donald. At least that's what it seems that Donald Trump is shooting for: a full planetary dictatorship. No more democracy or rule of law. It is now the Donroe Doctrine for everyone. Whatever I says goes. Okay, I say it, you do it. That's the new law.
All right, and we want to bring you some breaking news now. We have word that the new supreme leader has been announced, and that will be Mojtaba Khamenei. That is the supreme leader's son. Joining us now to talk more about this is Ali Hashim, who has extensively covered Iran and has been following this leadership selection process very closely. Ali, what can you tell us about what we can expect now that the supreme leader has been named?
Well, now, first of all, that Mojtaba Khamenei has been announced officially as Iran's third supreme leader. This is the end of a chapter and the beginning of a new chapter at the time of war. So Mojtaba Khamenei is now supposed to lead the country in the time of war. Of course, this election would have a lot of controversy given the fact that he is succeeding his father. There are going to be accusations of family succession. You know, the Islamic Revolution came in 1979 to end the monarchy. So this is going to be one of the issues that he will face as an accusation. Yet he will have to lead the country at a very difficult time. There are security threats to him. The United States, Israel, both are threatening to kill him, just like they did with his father. So there is going to be a lot of challenges facing him, first of all, to lead the country in the time of war, and at the same time to make sure to bring together the Iranians.
Yeah, it should be interesting to see how all of that goes. Now, I don't see how. I mean, I guess I could see potentially how maybe, like, if you were, like a big theocrat, you would prefer there not be a bloodline of succession. But honestly, I feel like most theocrats are also kind of monarchists. Am I losing my mind? Like, so I don't know. It's weird to me that like anybody would even complain about like impure theocracy. This guy, he's a nepo baby. But apparently he was basically very much behind the scenes during his life, but was essentially the guy you had to know and get through to talk to Ali Khamenei, the former, now dead Ayatollah. So he's certainly been hanging around this powerful circle for a very long time. He certainly knows how to operate within it. All right, one more video on this guy. This is from 6 hours ago.
You're with BBC News, and the breaking news this hour: Iran's Assembly of Experts has chosen Mojtaba Khamenei to succeed his father as the country's supreme leader. Announcing its decision, the Assembly, which is made up entirely of clerics, called on the Iranian people to remain united and pledge allegiance to the new leader. Well, Mojtaba Khamenei is seen as a protege of the hardline Revolutionary Guards. His father, Ali Khamenei, was killed on the first day of the war launched by the United States and Israel. President Trump has warned the new leader wouldn't last long if Tehran didn't get his approval first. So that breaking news that indeed it is the second son of the late cleric that will be taking his place, Khamenei's successor, his son, Mojtaba. Let's talk to the international affairs analyst Arman Mahmoudian, research fellow at the Global and National Security Institute. Thank you very much for your quick reaction. Arguably, for Iranians, there will be little difference in terms of their day-to-day life, given that this man is a hardliner, very much keeping in step with his late father.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me, Marcia. The Iranian public should be obviously are looking at these events and his selection as the new supreme leader with concern. As you mentioned, in your discussion with your previous desk, is kind of defeat the purpose of the revolution. The revolution after 1979, when it took place, was supposed to end the inheriting powers or dynasties. Now we have the second son of Ayatollah Khamenei being selected as his successor, which is basically a de facto political dynasty now. The other thing is that the characterization and the record of the Mojtaba Khamenei. Mojtaba Khamenei is not only a hardliner and a principalist with the close ties with the paramilitary Basij and IRGC, who played a key role in the bloody suppression of the protests in the January. He also played a very key and instrumental role in 2008 through the and 2009 through the to engineer the result of the election, which.
I continue to maintain that it's sort of deluded to have thought that a theocracy was going to be better than a monarchy. I just don't understand how you get there. I honestly, I very much don't appreciate like overly religious people. Like, I'm fine with you being religious, but like don't turn it into a form of government, you know? That's where I'm at. Don't bother me with your religion, essentially. If you want to do it on your own time, fine. Don't make it a system of rules. Leave me alone. I want a system of science. That's what I'm a crusader for.
It's science.
Science crusader. It's insane to think that the monarchy is coming back. Does anyone actually genuinely believe the monarchy is coming back? I keep wondering to myself if everybody actually like believes that, or if that's just fully like a fully. Oh my god, I'm so tired. I can't think of words right now. A fully like manufactured narrative, because like this guy hasn't been back to Iran for like decades. Like his dad took him out of the country when he was like 6 years old, and hasn't been back to Iran. And he's like 50. He's like a 50-year-old man at this point. I don't know who actually believes that that guy is gonna come back. That's not the solution to any of this. And if we're gonna talk about Iran's form of government, but the fact is, like, honestly, I don't feel like getting bogged down in these conversations that much, because it's not important to this conflict. Like, it's being made important by those in power, by Donald Trump and by Israel, claiming that they won't accept this or that leader in this country. But that is not an acceptable reason to wage a war in the first place, which is why it's irrelevant to some degree. It's only relevant because the first guy got murdered because the United States and Israel decided to kill him. That's the only reason why this should be relevant right now. And for, you know, like the internal reasons within Iran. But that should be, honestly, a completely different discussion that has now been thrust into this whole thing. Doesn't belong anywhere in here, honestly. But, of course, we're doing full-on regime change like a bunch of imperialists. All right. Oh, we've made it to the penultimate video of the night. Great job, everyone. This is the Associated Press. Sorry. No, yes. Associated Press from 8 hours ago. Iranians celebrate as Iran names Mojtaba Khamenei as supreme leader. It's also none of our business. Right? Well, it's no more our business than any of the other internal politics, right? Like, I don't see an issue with us discussing these things. But when we go from discussing things to doing regime change or whatever else we're up to right now, that's when it goes too far. Like, we should all be allowed to have an opinion about Iran. It's a free planet, supposedly.
Ayatollah Sayyid Mojtaba Hosseini Khamenei.
Ayatollah Sayyid Mojtaba Khamenei, may God preserve him. He is appointed and introduced as the third leader of the sacred system of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
بهت فرو رفته است به بیعت با رهبری و رهبر معظم
There you go. A lot of people out in the streets apparently celebrating the anointing of a new supreme leader. That dude's name is super long. What was that again? I'm trying to remember what that was. Ayatollah Sayyid Mojtaba Hosseini Khamenei. That's a long name. Can you imagine having to do... can you imagine having to do, like, standardized tests? What's it called? Why can't I think of the word? Scantron? Can you, like, imagine doing, like, a Scantron test with that name? My God.
No!
Oh boy. Alright, final video is the live streams. Oh wait, I meant to add this one here too. By the way, how you all holding up? Are you feeling ready for Monday, for the beginning of the week? Scale of 1 to 10. How are you feeling? Tell me, Space Vams, do you feel prepared for this week? Or do you perhaps, as I do, feel woefully unprepared and perhaps concerned about where this week is headed? That's where I'm at. I'm greatly concerned about what this week will bring, considering how last week went. Doesn't feel like it's gonna be good. Alright, Al Jazeera's live stream. Let's see what's happening right frickin' now.
Being targeted by Iran. Now, beyond that, I should also just mention there, of course, in the last several hours were targets not just in Bahrain, not just in Qatar, but also Iran targeting Saudi Arabia. There were drone attacks that were intercepted targeting an oil facility there in the empty quarter. There were missiles and drones intercepted in the UAE. That's according to their state news agency. And also, one other thing to mention when it comes to Bahrain. Earlier in the day, there was a notification that there were 32 Bahraini citizens that were injured as the result of an Iranian attack in Sitra Island, which is south of the capital, Manama. So again, it's a very fluid situation. It's a dangerous situation. And the more this is prolonged, the more people are going to worry about what the implications will be, not just regionally, but worldwide. Folly?
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Mohammed Jamjoon in Doha. Well, oil prices have surged, as you heard Mohammed mention there, leading South Korea to impose a price cap on domestic fuel for the first time in 30 years. It's an effort to ease the impact of the conflict in the Middle East. President Lee Jae-myung says his country will also look for sources of energy beyond those shipped through the Strait of Hormuz, which is closed.
Yeah, by the way, oil just hit over $100 a barrel. Hit $116 a little while ago. It's come down slightly, but it is still over $100 a barrel right now, up 15% from Friday, when it was already up 50% over the week, or over the last like 2 weeks or something like that. Like it's insane. It's up over well over 100% from December at this point. So whatever you were paying in December, expect to pay more than 100% more, twice as much. Twice as much to fill up that car. Make America affordable again. Bye.
Given that it's difficult to predict how the situation will unfold, our government must prepare proactive measures with a heightened sense of urgency, keeping even the worst-case scenario in mind.
Meanwhile, U.S. officials say that a sharp rise in fuel prices resulting from the conflict with Iran will last only weeks. But American consumers are beginning to feel the pinch, with prices at the pump rising 19% since February. Last month, a gallon of regular gasoline, or just under 4 liters, cost an average of $2.89 across the U.S. A week ago, just as the war began, the price had risen to $2.98, and now gas prices have risen to $3.45 per gallon, or 0.91 cents per liter, up 47 cents since last week.
Yeah. The fact is, the gas prices have not reacted as much as the oil prices have. Partly because it takes time for that to trickle down through oil, through gas, through like gasoline production, right? Like you're not just putting oil directly in your car straight out of the ground. They have to refine it and turn it into gasoline.
John Hendren is in Washington, D.C. Katrina, you in Beijing. Katrina, let me start with you. China, of course, is one of the biggest countries affected by the surge in oil prices. How are they responding in Beijing?
Well, they're watching very closely. The price of oil jumped to as high as $119 per barrel on Monday morning. It's pared back some of their gains. It's now just over $100, around $108, still above the $100 per barrel mark, which it hasn't been as high as that since 2022. And that is, people are worried that the war will continue to disrupt the production of oil by the Gulf states and the passage of oil through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, of course, all governments are worried about this and have reason to be worried. Perhaps the Chinese government has more reason than others. It is the largest importer of oil in the world. It imports about 70% of all the oil it uses. 40% of that passes through the Strait of Hormuz, and 13% of that alone comes through Iran. Now, Beijing has been acting for the last few weeks to try to stave off an energy crisis. It's been stockpiling its crude oil. Reports say it has about 100 days at least stockpiled. It's also announced on Monday that it will raise the price caps on diesel and gasoline on at midnight. So on Tuesday morning, people are going to wake up to higher prices at the pump, about 8% higher. And it's also unofficially instructed producers of refined oil here in China to halt all of exports, trying to really preserve the amount of oil that is maintained here in China. And we've also had Beijing officials working feverishly the past few days to try and pressure Iranian officials to continue to allow shipments to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. And there are some reports, unofficial though, that some Chinese ships have been allowed to pass, as Iran is focusing on targeting Western and US allied ships.
And briefly, Katrina, how have Asian markets reacted on Monday?
Invested extremely worried. We've seen across the region financial markets fall, and that is because Asia is particularly vulnerable. The region imports much of its oil from the Gulf states. South Korea in particular, its stock market fell the most. It fell by 5.96% before the day was out, and it even triggered circuit breakers here on Monday morning. Japan, the Nikkei fell 5.2%. In Australia, it was down 2.85%. Hong Kong was down 1.45%.
Jesus, those numbers are wild. Down 5% in Japan.
This is ridiculous!
Woof.
In Shanghai was down just about 0.7%. So investors are clearly worried. What they want to see is some reassurance that this conflict will have an end date, and they're just not seeing that.
All right, Katrina, thanks. Let's go to John Hendren now in Washington, D.C. John, fuel prices are a very sensitive issue for American consumers. With markets in Asia reacting sharply, as Katrina mentioned there, how much concern is there in the U.S. on the impact on households there?
Well, the price of oil has crossed the $100 a barrel threshold, and that's kind of a benchmark that signals to American people that they are in painful territory. Prices are going to go up not just on oil, but on other things. You talked about the average price of gas. I interviewed people who were pumping gas into their cars just the other day, and they were furious because one of the biggest concerns of Americans in nearly every poll is affordability and growing inflation. And of course, this contributes to inflation, not just in the direct cost of fuel, but also for all the things they buy that have to be transported from one place to another. And by the way, in some places, it's way more acute.
You know, I've been talking about how excited I am to have a fucking electric bike, but, you know, I've only had it for a month, but never have I been more excited to have an electric bike rather than a car to get around right now. Oh my God. Not jealous of people having to fill up their tanks with this hitting us right now. Not gonna be fun.
Los Angeles, where California.
Honestly, any minute now, within weeks, I'll bet we see like $5, $6 gas, $7 gas. At least in terms of like averages across the country, probably at least we'll go from whatever it was, $2.95 to what, like $4 or $5 at least, you know, in a short period of time here, I think. People are just going to start getting ahead of it because they can see the writing on the wall.
Higher taxes and tighter environmental regulations. Gas is on average about $5.25 a gallon, way above the average in the country. At some places, it was spotted above $8 a gallon. This is a country that has a midterm election in November, and Trump's Republican Party is really very, very much concerned about the lack of public support for this war. It's at about 27%. That's lower than the Vietnam War in the last couple of years.
Yeah, exactly. And I was definitely not trying to talk about it on a city-by-city basis. On a city-by-city basis, there's no way to know what we're going to see some stupid prices. We're going to see some people try and price gouge. We're going to see people get crazy with this shit. There's already places that are well over the numbers that I was quoting, of course, but I'm just trying to talk about it like because that's what we often talk about is like the average gas price. No reason to cherry pick it.
President Trump may be speaking offensively when he talks to Iran, but he's been on the defensive at home. He said in a social media post, short-term oil prices is a very small price to pay for USA and world safety and peace. He says only fools would think differently. He went on in another interview to say that oil companies should send their oil through the Strait of Hormuz. He says that Iran's navy's been destroyed and 80% of their missile launchers have been destroyed. That still leaves 20% there, and that's what these companies are worried about, and their insurers.
And that's if you believe the president. That's only if you believe Donald Trump. If you believe Donald Trump, there's still a 1 in 5 shot, essentially, I guess, in comparison to a week ago, that you would get blasted out of the water. I still don't think those are great chances. If I were the boat captain, I wouldn't be taking that gamble. Wouldn't be taking that bet and rushing into this head first. The Donald Trump said it.
And possibly being fired upon by Iran. So globally, there is concern about the business of oil. But here in the U.S., voters are furious. Trump saying this will be short-term pain and it's for a good reason. And Americans, by and large, aren't buying it fully.
All right. John Hendren in
a little bit of pain.
Katrina, you in Beijing. Thank you.
Look, you don't need $30, okay? $1 or $2. 1 pencil, $2. 2 pencils, $1. Actually, turn that around. 2 pencils, $1. 2 pencils, $1. 1 meal per day. Okay? I don't know why everybody's complaining. All of these greedy children, they want more than one meal a day. Very rude of them. Look, you're gonna have to pull up your bootstraps, children. Gonna have to pull up your bootstraps. We can't have you crying. No more crying.
You're a little baby.
You're a little baby. I need you to stop crying. I don't know why you want food so bad, all right? We need bombs. We need bombs to do this war, right? I can see that you're sad, and I understand that, but you know what? You don't need the doll or the pencils. Look, baby. Baby, stop crying. Look at me. Look at me. It's me, President Trump. Look, I'm a nice guy. I'm a nice guy, okay? Stop crying. Please. God damn it. All right, we're deporting you straight to El Salvador, nasty baby. Nasty baby complaining about not having enough dollars or gas to get to the store. Very nasty. It's going to be a great week, people. I can already tell. I can already tell. Do not quote me on that. Don't you dare quote me on that. Don't clip that. Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long and also rather difficult, but thankfully, we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight, Space Fams. Let's see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geo Dragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Monoip, Nadia, Shoki, Scouts, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Rican, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Mineralogist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, and The Anarchist. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.
You're about to be value tamed.
Alright, well, before we go to the super secret late night after hours Galactic Chill stream, I have to recognize another group of Galactic Patreon members, and that is the Galactic Benefactors. That's right. The Galactic Benefactors are another group of people who decided that mere galactic patronage was not enough. They had to take it another step further. Hold on, I need my music. Hold on. Wait, I've screwed up. Wait, go back. No. The galactic benefactors. That's right. All these people here have taken galactic patronage to the next level. That's twice the price, twice the fun, twice the prestige. Get your own separate shout-out on Sunday Fundays. People like PB, who've been here since the very beginning. That's why she's first on the list. Nadia, another early adopter of the Galactic News Network. Moanoa. Early on, Moanoa got in here, became a galactic benefactor, as well as our first GNN mod. Donald James X, another benefactor, a great man, a great guitarist. Go find him on YouTube. Omega Star. One of our Twitch mods and a benefactor, MIDI Doctors. Why? How many mods do we have that are benefactors? MIDI Doctors, always a mod and a benefactor over on Patreon. Disco Wolf, another beautiful man, or is he a wolf? Who knows? K9 greatness, Narwhal by nature. A whale of great awesomeness and wonder. Calibrating, I think one of our European benefactors. Skelts, hailing all the way from Australia. Beautiful man, Skelts. Appreciate your generosity. Icebreaker Gaming, also on YouTube. Go check out that stream. Selena Mary. Oh, Selena, you're much appreciated. Your benefactoring is so great. Mish. Where are you, Mish? I haven't seen you in a while. Free Palestine. You know who you are. Using your benefactoring to get a message out there to the world. Lori Lunchmeat. Not just a sandwich, a great benefactor. Herman Horologist. A man of clocks and a man of galactic generosity. HBX. Haven't seen you in chat today, have I? Amanda, no, I saw you earlier today. Great to see you becoming a benefactor recently. Frizzla, just added to the list. I did the update. Can anybody tell? Glitchmaster also taking the benefactor plunge. Good God. And CJ from the 6 as well. Look at all you beautiful people. Twitch members. Anarchist. Yes, indeed. There's your special galactic benefactor shout-out, where I talk about you and your decision to be even more galactic. Good God, do I appreciate it. All right, people, let's go to the super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream. I won't even make you press 1 in chat tonight. That's how I'm feeling. Screw it. Screw it, we're going right to it. I might even let the short stream stick around. That would be crazy. Now, we've never done that before. That's unprecedented. I don't even know what I'm talking about. I don't even know. Do you? Nobody, somebody explain to me what I'm saying.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
But you can if you want. If it makes you feel better, you can press a 1 in chat, just like Carl Schmidt did. If it makes you feel better. Just because it's like tradition. It's tradition. You can press your traditional 1s now, chat. Alright, people, prepare yourselves. Super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream. Otherwise known as the SSLN AHGCS. It's about to start. Immediately, if not sooner, as they say. Everybody's saying it. Everybody's saying it. Write that down. Write that down for later. Also, don't forget to follow the Galactic News Network on YouTube or on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube. Don't forget. Listen to me, your great president. Oh, sorry, I'm the vice president, actually. I am JD. Oh, hey, all right, shut up, JD. We don't need you talking anymore, okay? You're weird. Stop being weird, JD. We don't need you. Thank you. Thank you for your attention to this message.